I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. 9/11. Only thing I know about this song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. Liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might be thinking, Hasan, is it a special day because you're a fucking 3 hours late, 2 hours late? Is that why it's a special day? And my answer to that is no. Are you going to say, Hasan, is it a special day because, I don't know, you worked out a lot this morning, looking kind of brolic, you're late for class? Is that the reason? No, that's not the reason. I think many people know exactly why it's a very special day. It's a very special day of the week. That is always a very special day of the week.
You know we finally here, right?
That's right. It's Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
Friday, then Saturday, Sunday, what?
It is Friday. It's Mufasa Friday. It's the one time of the week where you signal the weekend coming in, and that means that you are going to have a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity, regain your consciousness. A privilege that our forefathers fought long and hard for, so we're gonna goddamn celebrate it. That's right. No matter how shitty your day might be, how shitty your week might be going, by God, it's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's Friday, also known as Fry Slay. It don't matter. We're celebrating it. God damn it. You already know what it is, baby. You already know what it is, baby. That's right, it's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. Mufasa, you did it again. You goddamn did it again. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the start streaming button for those of you not in the know. If you're like, whoa, what the hell? Get to the news, man. You're already 2 hours late. Well, let me tell you, okay? I will get to the news. But before I get to the news, I'm going to tell you about my personal news, about what's happening in my world, in my realm. And let me tell you, okay? What did I do? I watched Egghead last night, as always. Fantastic second episode of Dan Da Dan. Also fantastic. Incredible journey. Incredible literary journey, okay? Big fan. I really like Dan Da Dan. And I'm not even super into like the occult stuff. And even then, I think they do a very good job. So I like it. I like the second episode. It was a banger. First episode was already a banger. Second episode, also a banger. Very exciting stuff overall in that world, in that realm. Egghead is incredible. There's a lot of twists and turns happening there as well. Incredible stuff. I hated the first episode for the minor sexualization, but to be honest, the animation is amazing. Yeah, it's anime. It's weird, whack, lame, but that shit happens non-fucking stop. But it's great overall. I got off work early today so I can enjoy stream from home instead. Woo, hell yeah. Where are you at in Egghead? Let's just say I figured out which Vegapunk just recently. If you're looking for a good Steam Deck game, you should check out Metaphor Revantazio. Very political. No. As someone who binged the manga after watching the first episode of Dandadan, the clothes are somehow torn to pieces or removed gag does not go away in any measure. Okay. This might be my last Friday. I might enjoy fully working before the bell to bell for my 9 to 5. Let's go, Hostwit. Okay, first of all, the best way to watch the HasanAbi broadcast is when you're working. Okay, that's how it works. The best possible way to watch it and enjoy it is when you're stealing from the company time, you know? So make no mistake. That's the best way to do it. Audio only, one earbud in. Make sure that your just make sure that your audio doesn't accidentally get off the Bluetooth or something, because honestly, you're cooked if that happens. I just got out. You're late as fuck. Yeah. Anyway, don't call me out like that, homie. Yeah, boss makes $1, you make a dime. That's why you watch the HasanAbi broadcast on the company time. Can we get a WoW stream on the other side of the screen? No. Folks, today we're gonna do Freaky Friday shit. Okay, immaculate vibes overall. Maybe a little bit of Spooky Friday shit. Who knows? Okay, who knows? But let me tell you, all right? I used to be a one-ear audio-only frog, but now I work from home, so I'm an audio-visual double-ear, fully cheeked up pog. Can you explain Oda Sensei's agitprop based on this One Piece frame? Thank you. Yes. Oda has destroyed woke far before Sydney Sweeney ever did with her boobs. You know? Oda is a dirtbag leftist. He believes in full techno-communism. He's pro-trans. But also simultaneously, he's a little bit misogynistic. You know, he's like, I like my women titted up. Oda, like white girls in the 2000s discovering the ability to have big butts. Yeah. Anyway, what? Happy Coming Out Day? What the fuck? Today is National Coming Out Day. Okay, chill. This is why people say I'm fucking gay baiting, queer baiting. So yeah, personal news wise, went to bed, woke up early as always, immediately fucking get to work, right? And today was going to be a unique day because I had Mike from Crash Dummies Pod, and I also had Todek come to the gym with me. Okay, and we did it. We did the dang thing. The Brolic brothers were out.
Where do you stream at? Do you stream at Hasan's?
This guy did 105 sets, dude. It's crazy. How does he do it? How does he keep it going? What an athlete. It's an athlete right there. Brolic brother number 2. Todek in the building. God damn, dude. Oh my God. Look at his titties. Look at his titties, bro. What the hell?
Bro, he's titted up. Look at that. He's out of control, dude. He's more jacked than me, honestly. Free Israel. Yeah, free Israel from the treacherous grips of fascism by abolishing the apartheid. Anyway.
Hell, he's got double D's on him.
From the screen to the ring to the pen to the
Doing a little, little Nordic curls. Hey, no big deal. Those of you, if you haven't actually done these before, you know, it's not that hard. Actually, I'm kidding. It's not that easy either. But yeah, I'm fucking cooking on that. Okay. And then of course, after working out, I did the Pod Johns. I had an issue where my gate hit the side of my fucking car. So I was late to the Pod Johns. But yeah, I'm on Pod Save America again. You already know, baby. You already know. And then also another shirtless reveal. Okay. Another shirtless reveal, folks. And you know, many of you are going to say, is that Photoshop? Did you Photoshop those abs? Did you Photoshop those abdominals? No, I'm clinching for life. Okay. You might be thinking to yourself, oh, you must have Photoshopped it. It's like, no, it's not AI. It's not Photoshop. I've just never clenched as hard to just like start showing little baby abs. You know what I mean? Delts need work. That's crazy. My delts are some of the strongest parts of my body. Bro, you can see striations on my delts on the left side. You're over here saying delts need work. Looking Brawler King, thank you. Austin tried to fucking goat me into doing the tub stream. He was like, bro, bro, you're over here like you got the abs now. Like many people are saying, it's time for the tub stream, and I'm like, no, dude, no fucking way. If I flexed this hard in the tub, I'd shit myself. Okay, we'd be looking like fucking aftermath of Hurricane Irene, sewage water. For once, do it. You look amazing no matter what. Nah, this pig is so gay in the best way. Yeah. Anyway, go like it, dude. What the fuck? I fucking posted titty, and I got like 48,000 likes in 3 hours. This shit's crazy. That's not good. What the hell's going on? Starting to make me fucking reconsider. I'm gonna put some clothes back on if you guys don't show it love. Okay. Yo, you literally hate fun, dog? I do. I really do hate fun. Or at least like my concept of fun is crazy. It's not good. Please, Jay Merchant, please stop sending me this JD Vance video. Okay, I got it. You've been spamming it since yesterday. Did you see the Norm Finkelstein interview with Robinson Earhart? Genuinely his best interview I've ever seen. No, I haven't. Please put some clothes back on. Yeah, Meta is shadow banning me, not for being pro-Palestinian, but for being hot. They just don't want it. They're like, no more hotties. No more hotties allowed. In any case, that's it. That's what we got. Worked out, did my damn thing, went on the Pod Johns, talked quite a bit about Israel, Palestine as well on the Pod Johns, talked about all the fucking weaknesses of the Kamala Harris campaign. And, we'll see. Tyler Oakley was defending me on the timeline. Yeah, I saw that. Hassan's exclusion from this is interesting to me. I don't think it's that. I think it's just like we didn't do PR for it. I think that's what it is. I think what's more interesting is that not having I Show Speed on these lists. Like, I just don't get it. I talked about this yesterday. I Show Speed deserves to be on that list, in my opinion. But have you seen this guy bullying the NYPD? Is hilarious.
Man, you beat in a woman's face? Or you helped your mans do it? Which one was it?
And 7-year-old son boarded at the ATM. Also, she was with her son.
Damn. In front of the kids?
Interesting.
Wow. Domestic terrorists, y'all.
7 allegations.
Click that in. Click it.
2 substantiated.
Go in there.
Substantiated.
Oh, 2 substantiated?
Oh my God.
Oh, shit.
I think we found him.
Most recent, 2021. Hold up.
Oh, and that's him.
Oh, and they got the good screenshot?
That's him, my
Oh,
bitch.
shit.
That's crazy. Damn, they're just fucking doing the damn thing. All right, let's blast off, dude. Let's do it. Saw a bottle of Prime Minister drink at Walmart with I Show Speed's name on it. Yeah, we're gonna do Trump in Aurora, Trump in Colorado, talking Venezuelan gang takeover, poll watch, hog watch, 23 days or 24 days remains. Freaky Friday. Get in now. Colorado. Whose dog is that, King? Your mom's. No, it's my brother's dog. My brother's in Vietnam right now, having the time of his goddamn life. I'm so jealous. All right, here it is. You see how Wall said the only manufacturing Trump advance knows is to do manufacturer bullshit? That's pretty good. Kanye West slid into Amaranth's DMs. This is not a joke. That's not surprising. I mean, yeah. Murat's eating the best fucking banh mi and drinking the best Vietnamese coffee, even though he doesn't even like coffee. Out there, seeing what life looks like in a liberated nation, okay? From the treacherous nature of American empire. Fifi, go lay down. You're standing for no reason. Go. Bro, he sent me a photo. He sent me a photo of fucking banh mi that he was having. That shit pissed me off, dude. I'm not even going to lie to you, okay? That shit straight up pissed me off. I was like, fuck you, dude. The bread looks so good, like perfectly crusty on the outside, but you could just smell it. You knew that it was like soft as shit on the inside. Like, I saw the banh mi, I was like, fuck you, man. You fucking piece of shit. Why you got to show me this shit? You know, I'm over here not having a good time. I'm over here not in Vietnam, okay? I'm over here in Los Angeles, California. This shit sucks. Are you jealous that the East Coast got to see the Northern Lights last night? No, I don't really care. Yeah, they do this shit every year when them poll numbers points aren't looking right, when in reality is white women and Latino men they need to be worried about. Yeah, I know. They're gonna start blaming black men, young men, and be like, wow, it's really fucked up. You're not voting for Kamala Harris. You must hate women. And then they're going to be like, yeah, I do, actually. Fuck you. What are you going to do about it? And then we're just going to recycle it over and over again. Get ready for the fucking think pieces, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, me. Oh, my. How will we get... the think piece economy will thrive, okay? Yo, did you see Tyler's post? Who? Which Tyler? Dems did a tag ad on Jill Stein. They have to be desperate as fuck, dude. I'm not gonna lie. They have to be desperado. If they started whipping out the you're not voting for us, sweetie, lines of attack like it's fucking 2016 again, and on top of that, they are now launching attack ads against third-party candidates. Like, their fucking poll numbers got to be dog water. Their internal poll numbers in Michigan have to be looking red hot right now if they're fucking hitting attack ads. Like, Jill Stein. I'm not a fan of Jill Stein. You guys know this. I've made fun of her quite a bit. Okay? But, like, you should not be fucking using any of the juice or any of the momentum you have. Oh, Tyler Oliveira posted about me? Oh, nice. There's no reason. Hitler Oliveira, baby. Hitler Vera. You got light and dark Tylers posting about you? Nah, it's Tyler Oliveira who's posting about me. He's like leaning into the fuck Hasan. He a bitch, don't respond. Yeah, fuck him. I got the good Tyler talking about me, and I got the bad Tyler talking about me. Dark Tyler, light Tyler. Anyway, Tyler after dark. It's a Tyler versus Tyler war happening. It's brewing. A tale of two Tylers. He's desperate. He's not. He's killing it. Like, he's just killing it with Hitler content. Like, straight up. I don't think he's desperate. I think he's just like using the momentum that he has with the Hitler crowd to launch attacks against his naysayers, because deep down inside, he's a very insecure and weak man. Anyway. No, not Tyler Fisher, dude. Tyler Oliveira. Tyler Hitler Vera. I'm tired of paying your bills, son. Leave your bedroom and go see the world. Talk to real people. Have a conversation with a single person outside of your self-constructed echo chamber. Yeah. BRV. Gonna go find the most Hitlerian politician in Poland. Charlie Kirk is at my college campus right now. Should I drop out? Yeah. He follows you? Yeah, I guess. He's like, your top performing videos when you react to mine? Dog, your top performing video is when you Heil Hitler. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway. It's crazy how a fucking Mr. Beast clone turned pretty much into a Nazi. Yeah, I don't think that it's that crazy. I think it's not crazy at all, because first of all, he's claiming that I'm stealing his content. There's no way he'd win a fucking fair. There's no way he'd be able to DMCA my ass, because there's a shit ton of commentary over it. Okay, that's number one. But also, I love when your haters literally know nothing about you. No, they don't. They only know the things that like other people have said, so they just repeat it. Like, leave your bedroom and go see the world. Dog, I had a literal genocide survivor in this bedroom, I guess, in this fucking studio last week. I interview fucking, I mean, there's no reason to like defend against this kind of shit, but you know, it's silly to say shit like this. I go outside quite a bit. We'll say you have a house, etc. Yeah. He's just seething. He poked the nerve of his. Yeah, he seems very upset. Now he got exposure at least. Guys, I'm sorry. He has motion, okay? Like, y'all are crazy. His videos are like, right-wing videos get incredible motion. The entire purpose as to why we watch this shit is because he's a fucking psychopathic right-wing propagandist. That's it. In an incredibly predictable fashion, he will go to an area, cut right-wing propaganda, talk to like a fucking straight-up Adolf Hitler prototype, and then present that as this like objective news coverage. Yeah, he keeps doing this, I'm gonna keep watching it. You know? I'm just gonna say delete your account and I'll move on to the next rabid right-wing weirdo. Nah, not worth it. I mean, it's not hitting the way it should. It doesn't matter. On Twitter, it's going to be very difficult to fucking clap dudes like this, because Twitter is primed. Twitter is primed into fucking Twitter is primed for this shit. Wow, very Hillary Clinton of you, Hasan. How is this Hillary Clinton? Yeah, I'm attacking Hitler on Hitler.com. It's not going to work. All right, I won't fucking do it. Who cares? Are you ever going to visit any universities in Northern California? No. I'm kidding. I might. Who knows? I really like the USC visit, so I might do it again. Call him Romanian. Yeah. Kamala Harris carrying out the Mr. Beast doctrine. Brilliant. Spectacular. That's a take. Did you see this from CNN? You said the media is shifting their coverage on Gaza, and I think this is more evidence for that. Yeah. Come to Missouri school and fix this hellhole. Yeah, it's not going to happen. All right. So I'm not going to do the Trump farted thing. I don't really care. I will start off with this one. This is a funny thing. Before we get to like straight piping news coverage, the Weather Channel apologized to StopAntisemitism.com. Okay? Or StopAntisemitism.org. Stop Antisemitism was like, why is the Weather Channel sharing ads featuring a keffiyeh, a symbol of now associated with violence against Jews, post 10/7? The Weather Company and its consumer brand, the Weather Channel, are widely recognized for our integrity and the trust we have with the public. We deeply apologize to anyone we offended throughout the inadvertent selection of an image in our recent ad campaign. We certainly don't support or condone any form of anti-Semitism. We immediately removed the ad upon recognizing our mistake. This is the only minor victory that like ultra Zionist accounts can get, is just like ritualistically bullying people that don't understand the situation at all, and they just like they literally don't get it, so they're just like, oh, I don't know, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, the boss call came in. I reached out to Byron Allen, who owns the Weather Channel. He said this is an ad for the Weather Channel app, which is owned by the Weather Company, a different company, which is owned by Francisco Partners. The CEO of TWC is Shari Bockstein. I don't know her, but you should reach out to her. Extremely deceptive branding. Thank you for the effort and info. Like, why is Bill Smoke Crackman fucking worried about this shit, dude? These freaks, you got nothing better to do with your time. Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. You got a guy who is the CEO of Pershing Square working on this low level of propaganda. It's over. It's done. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? It is fucking done. There is nothing more done than this. This is the last bastion of a dying movement that is failing to reckon with how much the public sentiment has turned on an apartheid regime currently conducting a genocide and simultaneously doing multiple front wars. It's over. You cannot get back from this. You can go and be like, a keffiyeh? That's anti-Semitism all day, every fucking day. That's a motherfucking CEO, dude. October 8th, he was like, we are going to line up anti-Zionists, Jewish, Muslim alike, and fucking dome them in the back of the head for ever daring to say free Palestine. A year later, he's like, oh, I saw a keffiyeh. We have to do something about it. I'm telling you right now, dude, the attitude shift is dramatic, okay? It is insane. The longer Israel continues this shit, the more people go, oh, I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm so done. Never to return, okay? They can suck my dick. They can cry about this like low-level shit and get like minor cultural victories here and there. Now, the thing is, will this actually, alter American State Department policy in the short term? Probably not. Probably not. But that's neither here nor there. They care more about this kind of propaganda because this kind of propaganda is generational. When you have a generational attitude shift this dramatically over the course of 12 months, you cannot return from that. That's going to take years and years and years of social conditioning to recover from. Okay? That's it. Like, good luck with this, dude. You fucking charlatans. Good luck. Yeah, you got triggered by a fucking ad because someone was wearing a fucking keffiyeh that you can kind of see. Yeah. It becomes a part of the generation trauma Palestinians have experienced for years. Yeah. Please stop sending me this. This is why it's haram to take mind-altering drugs. I saw, man. Oh, it's funny, okay? I don't know why everyone in my fucking Discord, I think, Like, this is 2,000 likes, and I've probably had 2,000 people post this in the chat. Like, yeah, it's funny, man. I got it. Like, where are you guys coming from? Where you're like, you have to see this really funny, haha. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I know the Weather Channel replied to it and took the ad down or whatever. Who gives a shit? My point is, it's fucking done. Okay? Now, will the American government respond to public pressure? Probably not, especially because this is foreign policy. But every day that goes by, when Israel's up to its fucking ridiculous and bloody warfare and genocide and maintenance of the apartheid, every day that passes, there are less people that are inclined to defend it. That's it. I mean, the modern Democratic Party is ass cheeks in general, and we'll talk about that quite a bit today, right? It's funny because the model is legitimately using it as a piece of clothing to be born. Is it clearly a photo in autumn? Yeah. Andrew Garfield talked about Gaza.
Oh,
my
man,
king.
I don't know. I'm pretty, you know what? Like, out of everyone in the world, I'm so happy. Like, we should be putting our energy towards something that actually matters.
What could be more important than that right now?
Yeah, maybe the lives of, I don't know, Palestinians in Gaza right now. Maybe that's where we put our hearts and our energy.
Bro, you got, listen. Like, think about the fucking cheers, man. I've been pro-Palestinian emancipation for a decade. There are very few crowds, unless you are literally in fucking Dearborn, Michigan 10 years ago, when you say this and you get this many cheers. Okay? Like, a decade ago, you say this, people will be like, is that Pakistan? Did you just say Pakistan wrong? Like, what do you mean Palestine? Palestinian? What the fuck is that? Okay? This is also at 92NY, which is especially shocking. It's not shocking. It's not shocking when you recognize how many people actually have this position. You know? That's it. That's it, dude. It's Jover. It's fucking Jover. But don't listen to mainstream media on this issue. There are a million fucking polls that demonstrate the reality on the fucking ground. People recognize it. They see right from wrong. They know what the fuck is going on. But every single motherfucker in front of a goddamn camera on television, every single goddamn editor is presenting a completely false narrative. It's just they are trying to continue the decades-long propaganda initiative to condition you into believing a false narrative. It is not true. And that's why, in spite of the mainstream narratives on this matter, there's still plenty of polling that is readily available to show you that, like, nah, it's not that complex. It's just kind of fucked up, actually. It doesn't seem very complex to me at all. Kamala realizing too late to break from Biden. Harris weighs more breaks with Biden as he keeps injecting himself into the campaign. Oh, man. Beyond the important A-list actor publicly declaring solidarity with Gaza, it's significant that Garfield said this at 92NY, a prominent New York City cultural institution that has raised money for the IDF, hosted Kissinger, and fired pro-Palestinian employees.
Out of franchise, but I want to help you.
You guys know, fun fact, I once balled with Andrew Garfield. It's not a fucking big deal. You know, I'm going to have a LeBron moment and be like, yeah, I could have told, I knew he had it in him. You know, when I balled with him, I was like, one day, Andrew, you're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the right thing, you know? Yeah, I balled with him in the WeHo courts one time many, many years ago. I think Will was there too, so you can ask him if you don't believe me. For the record, I'm joking when I say I'm pulling a LeBron thing. I'm not saying that I'm taking credit for this. I'm just joking.
You, buddy. What do you want?
What
can this
Josh?
500 people collectively clap our hands and make happen for you?
Oh, man, I don't know. I'm pretty, you know what? Like, out of everyone in the world, I'm so happy. Like, we should be putting our energy towards something that actually matters.
What could be more important than that right now?
Yeah, maybe the lives of, I don't know, Palestinians in Gaza right now. Maybe that's where we put our hearts and our energy and anyone suffering, anyone oppressed, anyone that is suffering under the weight of the horrors of our world right now, anyone who doesn't have a choice in living lives of dignity. That's where our energy should be going right now.
Is there?
My goat. That's beautiful. Dude, it's over. It's over. It's done. No, sorry. It's done. Donald Trump is going to win the election now. I was not convinced until this very moment. I know I kept saying like, no, I think Kamala still most likely is going to win. Oh no, it's done. It's done. It's done. Jim Cramer has never gotten something correct. Inverse Cramer is undefeated. Puebla. Especially when he tries to like talk about political shit. It's done. It's so done. Why are you always anti-bald? Jim Cramer is the only bald I'm against. And the only reason why I'm against it is because he is so he has a consistent track record of being wrong about everything. Like historically. I think they still have him on because everyone, whenever he is fucking remotely bearish, okay, they know that this company is on the come up, okay? Whenever he is bullish on a particular stock, you know it's time to short, okay? He has never been correct. He is so consistently wrong. He is so consistently wrong. It's over. He said, I don't see how Trump wins. By the way, I had a breakthrough with my Zionist mom. I was talking to her about 10-7 and recounted past year. She realized that the rising anti-Semitism and the fact that Netanyahu saying they were doing it for the Jews made her say that Israel is a right-wing project does not make Jews safe. Still thinks Israel should exist, which her mind will not change on, but is super upset about bad reactions to the atrocities that Israel's committing. That's actually, I think that's a pivotal fucking change of attitude with your mom. That's wild. Especially because like the dam is breaking, you know? The dam must be breaking a little bit when you start recognizing that maybe it's not just like pure vitriolic hatred towards Jewish existence that causes people to automatically go, yeah, what Israel's doing is wrong. Because like, if you put up that defensive posture across the board, if you put up that defensive posture from the start, as many people did, liberal Zionists to ultra Zionists alike, you played a big role in justifying the atrocities that way. Okay? Once you start recognizing that maybe Israel's actions being tied to Judaism is not good for American Jews, you start, like, the dam starts breaking, you know? It becomes much easier to poke holes in this cognitive dissonance. What do you want? Go sit. Go lay down. Oh, go lay down. Anyway, I'm from Jordan. How sure are we that Israel's coming to Jordan next? You'll be fine. They're busy with Lebanon right now. They're busy with taking over Lebanon. The moment that Israel set its sights on Lebanon, I had some friends with Lebanese parents who were very reactionary, you know? Dare I say, phalangist adjacent. And they were like, immediately like, you don't understand. Israel's fighting Hezbollah. This is a good thing. Yada, yada, yada. I was like, nope, give it time. This is the exact same line of reasoning that Israel used with Hamas. We are liberating the Palestinian population from the treacherous nature of Hamas, liberating them with bombs. Okay? I said, give it time. Just wait. Check in with your dad in a couple weeks. He did. He got back to me. His dad is now talking about fucking rising up in arms against the state of Israel. That's it. That's it. It's just like, you can't. No, it's not Austin. No. Austin's grandfather was always pro-Palestine. You can't consistently kill people to quote unquote liberate them unless you're liberating them from the motherfucking, you know, unless you're liberating them from their bodies, I guess. Israel will always give enough reason for many people that are in the crosshairs of their family members to despise it. Okay? You don't have to like Hezbollah at all. Many people don't, but it doesn't matter. All of a sudden, they become the primary source of emancipation. They become the primary unit of emancipation. Enough accusations, percentage, The only accusation you should worry about is the top of the hour ad break, which is not an accusation, but it is the correct thing that is going to literally happen right now. Just like give Israel enough time and don't stop them from doing anything, doing whatever the fuck they want to, and people will resent them. People will despise them. It is understandable. It is an understandable position. Nobody wants to have their fucking family homes blown up. That's it. It's super simple, okay? You cannot maintain an allegiance to a violent country that is blowing you up. You can give me low ratings on that ad break. That won't change the reality that you will see a 3-minute ad at the top of the hour. And honestly, the only, what is this? Kamala's talking points are getting stale. The normies too. Oh, the live town hall with Latino voters. Yeah, I saw pieces of this. I think the switch flipped for my mom with Lebanon, actually, because she saw that Lebanon didn't deserve what was going on, and seeing the positive reaction to the pager attack from some of her Facebook friends made her question what was going on. That's crazy. You can't have entire generations be educated on the dangerous nature of fascism through Holocaust scholars and genocide historians, and then be educated on the bad nature, negative nature of chattel slavery and Nazi Germany, only to have people then literally do it in front of your fucking eyes. Not the chattel slavery part, but certainly the Nazi Germany part. You just can't. It doesn't make sense. People are going to be like, well, I've learned that this kind of stuff is bad, I think. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't look at the horrors of Jim Crow, recognize that that's wrong and bad, talk about how we actually overcame this as a country, you know, white people and black people alike. You know, there's a little bit of whitewashing there, but it doesn't matter. People still get the basics, right? Like, the basics are pretty simple. Jim Crow, bad, okay? Segregation, bad. Apartheid, bad. Genocide, bad. Nazism, bad. You fucking, when you learn that, even if you're a racist piece of shit, ultimately you still know, like, it's not great. Yeah, see, I literally learned about how great Mandela was and how bad apartheid was in 5th grade. You can't get that out of me. That's what I mean. So that's why these words mean something, you know? These words mean something. When you learn that in school and then someone's like, wait, I'm making a convincing case that Israel is doing exactly that, you're going to turn around and be like, God damn, that seems kind of fucked up. Feel me? A former Trump middle advisor resigned from a Republican congressional campaign after saying Irish peacekeepers in Lebanon should be napalmed. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. U.S. political advisor resigns after calling for Israel to drop napalm over Irish peacekeepers. You're a villain, dude. The moment that those words come out of your mouth, the moment that you type that and hit enter, you're a villain. You're not a good guy. Like, again, like, yes, we are all fucking stupid, myself included. But like, in all of that endless stupidity, there's still people that recognize right from wrong. Okay? You can't massage this. You can't make this normal. You can't make this good. It requires a tremendous amount of effort, a tremendous amount of lift for people to legitimately start thinking that this is good. This is a acceptable, permissible opinion. Okay? This goes outside of the boundary of permissible racism. This goes outside of the boundary of permissible and acceptable bigotry. Remember, that threshold changes, and quite dramatically so. That threshold keeps increasing as time goes on and as mainstream media keeps manufacturing consent and our politicians say, nah, this is good, actually. Israel has a right to defend itself, yada, yada, yada. But people still have the capacity to see what the fuck is going on. And every single day that goes by where you have people like this that forget that they are not saying this in Hebrew in Tel Aviv to a predominantly Israeli audience and just speak out of turn like this, the more people go, yeah, this is gross, man. Israel should carpet bomb the Irish area and then drop napalm over it. Anyway. There was a study about the correlation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism being pro-Palestinian with the political orientation and split up with or without college degree in Germany. Who would have thought there was no correlation of being anti-Zionist / pro-Palestinian and anti-Semitism? Tweet in German, auto-translate as picture. Young academic, anti-Semitic. A new study from the University of Mannheim contradicts this narrative. It shows that traditional anti-Semitism is at least prevalent among young left-leaning academics. A pro-Palestinian attitude is particularly pronounced. Eine neue Studie is least prevalent among young left-leaning academics. Not at least, sorry. I read it wrong. Shocked. Let me tell you, I'm so shocked to find out that the least anti-Semitic Germans happen to be the pro-Palestinian ones. That's shocking. Wow. Pro-Palestinian academics. Very, very shocking new revelatory information. What will we do with this? Anyway, I don't know what else to say about this. Anyway, here's Kamala Harris at Univision doing a live town hall. Is this the one where he tells like a person with an undocumented migrant mother that like her border control is going to be good?
That will mean to tap into the ambition and the aspirations that people have, knowing that unlike my opponent, who got handed $400 million on a silver tray and filed for bankruptcy 6 times, most people...
Oh, yeah, Elon follows this account. This account is like an overt Nazi, by the way. When I'm reading feminist literature at the bisexual coffee shop and I hear someone commit a microaggression, I will never get over the fact that that is the Hezbollah hand signal for Israel invading the country and then returning home in fucking caskets. Hold on. No, this is the one. Look at her in the back.
Right now is $5,000 to extend it to $50,000. Knowing what that will mean to tap into the ambition and the aspirations that people have, knowing that unlike my opponent, who got handed $400 million on a silver tray and filed for bankruptcy 6 times, most people don't have that access to the wealth.
No, she's pro Kamala. You guys read this wrong. She just knows the talking point.
That is necessary for them to start a small business. But when they do, it's to their economic benefit as well as the economic benefit of the community. So these are just some of my plans. But there's another one that's more specific to, I think, your circumstance. And it's about also dealing with the sandwich generation. The
sandwich generation is such a goofy take, by the way, just on aesthetic front, on the optics front. I know, I get it. I get it. I know what it is. It's when you're both taking care of your parents and also taking care of your children, right? Like a lot of Gen Xers fit this, where they have children, but they also have to take care of their parents. And it's good. The policy attached to that sentiment is good, which is that we are going to, we're going to bring into the care economy. We're going to expand Medicare into the care economy, which is a solid ass fucking thing for sure. It's actually a very positive change, at least in the communication strategy. I just still think it's funny when they're like, it's the sandwich generation. Anyway, Obama has hit the campaign trail for Harris. It was kind of a mid-speech than when we were tuning into it, but we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
On the race for the White House, former President Obama kicked off a campaign swing for Kamala Harris last night, while Donald Trump made his pitch to voters in Michigan. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is tracking the campaigns. Mary, good morning.
Good morning. Yet 25 days to go, and Kamala Harris is now deploying her top surrogate. But former President Obama overnight didn't just make the case for Harris. He delivered a blistering takedown of Donald Trump, arguing that he doesn't understand the concerns of everyday Americans and saying he is intentionally spreading false claims, deceiving people in their time of need for his own political gain. Obama asking, when did that become okay? Overnight, former President Obama returning to the campaign trail, hoping to get out the vote for Kamala Harris. In must-win Pennsylvania, Obama calling out black men who might be hesitating to support Harris, fearing it could benefit Donald Trump.
You have someone who has consistently shown disregard, not just for the communities, but for you as a person. And you're thinking about sitting out? And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that.
The candidate of hope and change, trying to convince voters that the sitting vice president can take the country in a new direction.
We are ready for a better story, one that helps us work together instead of turning against each other. Pennsylvania, we're ready for a President Kamala Harris.
But our new...
Yeah, it's a hard bargain, man. It's hard to fucking convince people of this message when the candidate herself every goddamn day on television is like, I love Republicans. I am a Republican. I'm very fond of Republicans. I've never been I've never thought of myself as a liberal Democrat. I am actually, please, do not ever bring up the fact that I ran for Medicare for all in the doomed primary campaign. I want Republicans to literally vote for me. I want Republicans to be in my administration. It's my favorite. Hope and change. We're changing the Democratic Party, just not in the direction that you want it to be changed. We're changing the Democratic Party in the direction of the Republican Party. Yeah. And in that process, she has also copied the Mr. Beast policy. In Scottsdale, Arizona, Harris says she wants to create a bipartisan council of advisors to give feedback on policy. Mr. Beast, if I were president, I wouldn't care about party lines. I'd just always truly make the American people my number one priority. For problems I'm ignorant in, I'd have experts from the left and right advise me on them and try to find the middle ground that's best for America. Like, for example, do we deport every single person that I have suspected as being Latino? Or do we deport, like, I don't know, 50% of them, give or take? Or other issues like, do we do permanent genocide and also annex the West Bank? Do we let Israel do permanent genocide in Gaza and also simultaneously take up southern Lebanon and also annex the entirety of the West Bank? Or do we let Israel do permanent genocide in Gaza? That's a given. That's going to happen. Also let them have a permanent military occupation in southern Lebanon. But also then, maybe we won't let them annex West Bank yet. Deep bipartisan consensus in issues such as this, we have to find that. Wouldn't be viable. Don't care about doing things just because my party says I should. And I would focus on uniting the country instead of dividing it. Anyways, we can pick this up in 15 years when I'm old enough to run. Haha. Well, good thing we have Kamala Harris to take up that mantle. What is this? The Midas touch thing. So wonderful stuff on that front. Also, here's some more concessions to the Republicans. Remember Colin Allred? Well, he came out with a response ad against Ted Cruz's super PAC hitting the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris on being pro-trans or wanting to do bottom surgery to migrants or whatever. It's all over the place. Good thing these guys are going to respond to that. And they're going to be like, this shit's weird. None of that puts food on your table. Okay. Who gives a fuck? Y'all are being weird. Is that how they responded to it? Let me guess.
Ted Cruz is lying again, but now he's lying about our children. I'm a dad. I'm also a Christian. And my faith has taught me that all kids are God's kids. So let me be clear. I don't want boys playing girls' sports.
Yeah, I'll fucking kill them. I'm Colin Allred. And let me tell you, if you want to fucking kill trans children, I'm your guy, okay? We will do much better. We will do much better than the Republican Party. They want to do gender. They're the ones who actually want to do me. I don't want to do gender at all. I don't want to do woke. I'm a Republican. Vote for me, please. I'm a Republican. I'm Colin Allred. And let me tell you, if you want someone to come into your schools and do penis inspection day, I'm there, okay? I'm first up. I'm on the line. Actually, you know what? I just wrote a bill. We're doing penis inspection day. The Democrats are going to put it forward. The Republicans are going to block it because the Democrat is doing it. And then we're going to turn around and act like, the Republicans are woke and want to do gender. We hate it. We hate gender. Yeah, Democrats don't fuck this up challenge. Colin Allred, half my unread text for some reason. Lights your mom's house on fire saying trans girls are boys. Cruz +5. The Chad Andy Bashar. Election year veto of anti-trans bill. Executive order banning conversion therapy. Wins Kentucky. All children are children of God. Yeah. Pick your poison. There is a method. It literally fucking works. Turns out when you communicate in a successful way that all of this stuff is weird, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck up about trans children. You're fucking gross, okay? You're dunking on 8 people and you're harming all girls, not just trans girls, but cis girls too, when you fucking implement these weird ass fucking policies interfering with the private affairs of private American citizens. That's a successful strategy. Waltz did a pretty good job with that. Bashar, Andy Bashar, the lion of not Syria, but Kentucky. He actually did that as well. Very successful method. Will Colin Allred utilize this successful method? No. He's going to cave the right-wing framing and be a fucking dumbass because that's what Democrats are.
Playing girls' sports or any of this ridiculous.
Remember, you should vote for him. Like, if you're in Texas, of course you got to vote for this guy. What do you want? Ted Cruz? I get it. Like, I totally get it. The problem is this kind of messaging does not help the campaign. It hurts the campaign. That's my argument. And people always think, Hasan, you're biased. You care about trans people. You care about Palestinian people. You care about fucking not doing death and destruction in the fucking third world. That's why you were saying this shit. No, it's not just that. These policies are not only, like, this way of communicating is not only bad and wrong and immoral, it's also unsuccessful. And it is never going to stop the Democrats from launching this fucking stupid ass campaign. Also, I want to hear from all of the trans chatters that were trying to chirp at me. There's a couple, not a lot, that were like, oh, we're not up next on the chopping block. Of course I'm going to vote for the Democratic Party. They're going to protect me. I told you this. It took literally 3 seconds for them to be like, nah, fuck trans people, actually. I told you. And I made you a promise then that of course I'm going to defend you. Of course. I'm not going to let this shit slide because I have principles. And I'm not just simply churning out pro-Democratic Party talking points. It's fucking idiotic. No one said that. No, there was one trans chatter that came in here and was like trying to fucking yell at me about this shit. The Democratic Party does not give a fuck. They will drop you instantly.
Ridiculous stuff that Ted Cruz is saying. Ted Cruz is lying about my record because he can't defend his own. He's done nothing to secure the border. He wants to raise...
He packaged it. He's like, yo, I want to kill migrants too. I'm calling Allred, okay? And if you want the migrant mutilator, I'm your guy, okay? Not Ted Cruz. Like, just simply showing how ugly of a fucking freak Ted Cruz is would be a better campaign than this, dude. That's awesome. Oh, my God. Yeah. Ted Cruz doesn't want to kill migrants. I do. Dude, why would anybody not vote for a Republican at that point? The Democratic Party is not supposed to be the migrant mutilator party. It's the Republicans. When you concede on the right-wing framing that immigrants need to be immediately destroyed and killed, and they need to be mass deported by the thousands, if not the millions, if you're saying you're going to be the party to do that, no one is going to fucking believe you. They're going to be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to go for the real anti-migrant party then. It's great.
Retirement age for Social Security. He's full of it. You know that. I'm calling Allred, and I approve this message.
God damn, they're so bad. God damn, they're so bad. Trump ahead on economy, inflation, and immigration. Harris ahead on healthcare and cares about people like you. Ugh. It's rarely, like, I usually have to take the initiative. How even your community can be rampant with transphobes blows my mind. What are you talking about? This community literally has more trans people per capita than the United States of America. There's like 15 times, you are 15 times more likely to be trans in this community than just like trans in the United States of America. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Explain per capita. Yes, trans people comprise 15% of my audience. In the United States of America, they are like 1% total. So 15 times. Texas chatter here. Allred is running an all-right campaign by Texas standards. Texas libs support him because if he wins, he signals for a swing state of Texas so the libs are on board and all the lefts are okay with Allred because he's better than Cruz. Yeah, I mean, he is. And it's a pivotal race in order to maintain the Senate, which is likely not going to happen. But, like, how do you fucking square that circle when you got a guy like Greg Kazar, who is just the GOAT? Okay? Texas and many of these red states are significantly more progressive on a lot of issues than the way it is presented. Okay? Lesser evil, bro? No, I'm way more inclined for lesser evil voting when it comes to the Senate race. Come on. Like, that's very different. Not that it matters, because lesser evil voting is not going to move the needle anyway, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, when I tackle the lesser evil voting argument, it's not necessarily on its veracity, because it is true, right? It's marginally better. But that doesn't move the needle come election time. That's my issue with it. Yeah. Are you just exaggerating or joking around when he says secure the border and you jump to killing migrants and mass deportation when he supports a path to citizenship and tons more asylum judges? Am I missing and dumb? It's what matters is what he's communicating. when he says he's going to secure the border, he's the securing the border candidate. Why? What are we talking about? Like, of course I'm exaggerating. I don't think he wants to kill fucking migrants directly. But the point is, you cannot outflank the Republicans on right-wing sentiment. You will never be able to do that. They will always push the needle further. Okay? When there is no security issue in general, when migrants do not constitute a threat to American national security, if you just capitulate on that framing and act like you're going to be the one to protect American borders, then you literally are saying this thing that is born out of complete falsehood is actually real. Do you think Texas will ever flip blue? No, not with the current Democratic Party. Absolutely not. The point is that killing migrants and mass deportation is what Ted Cruz wants to do. So what does it communicate to voters when you attack him from the right? Exactly. Exactly. Wait a minute. Are you now saying that the Haitian migrant story wasn't blood libel meant to incite pogroms? What? No, I've never gone back on that statement. It absolutely is blood libel meant to incite pogroms. Yes, it still is. It was and still is. That is then it's directly calling for violence? Yeah, it is. What? Hello? Are you new here? Yeah, it is. And violence did come. It's not like violence did not occur. It did. They had fucking bomb threats in like every institution in Springfield, Ohio for a goddamn week. You just said he wasn't calling for violence though? No, man, you're just too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, I think. I'm saying Colin Allred, the Democratic senator running for a Senate seat in the state of Texas against Ted Cruz, saying he wants a secure border is not the immediate and direct call for violence in the same way that fucking Donald Trump saying, oh, we have to do something about these Haitians stealing your fucking cats and dogs. But it's basically capitulating to the right-wing framing on the matter.
Elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt.
By the way, this is why you can't outflank the Republicans on this issue, man. Kamala Harris will come out and be like, I'm going to be Border Patrol. I'm doing Border Patrol. You don't understand. I'm going to secure the border. These fucking migrants. I'm going to secure it. I promise you. Okay? And maybe we'll do some more immigrant processing on the side. Okay? But I'm going to secure the border. Trump doesn't want to secure the border. He wants a talking point. It's like you just gave him the talking point. When you do that, he's going to turn around and be like, I'm going to kill every migrant in this country. What are you going to do about it? And all you've done in that situation is prime your audience, prime your voters into believing that there is a genuine national security fucking problem. That's it. Just like when you fucking run on the idea that Mexican cartels are not a threat to the U.S. is so insane it's laughable. Mexican cartels, what kind of genuine threat does the fucking Mexican cartels constitute to the United States that you cannot actually deal with legalization and ease of access and pathways of migration by better processing, faster processing? Mexican cartels use American citizens to traffic fucking drugs and chemical compounds necessary to make fentanyl in the United States of America, dumb fuck. It's not migrants that are fucking trafficking the drugs in. You're pointing to a problem with the specific purpose of doing blood libel, lying about migrants. Here's another opportunity to completely gut the cartels, aside from, not directly cooperating with them. I don't know, maybe our agencies of espionage do on a regular frequency, who knows? But beyond that, gun control, gun control. Where do you think they're getting the fucking weapons, dude? America. How are they getting it? Because American citizens want the drugs. How are they shipping those drugs? Americans are trafficking those drugs. Holy fuck. It is so mindless. Nobody said it was migrants, young sir. Nobody said it was migrants. Let me run this back again.
Elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left in this country.
What do you think is going on here? Are you going to do the classic, oh, well, he said gang member. Yeah, he thinks they're all gang members, you fucking idiot. He thinks every undocumented illegal alien migrant rapist with a bad gene that causes them to murder, that's poisoning the blood of the nation, needs to be mass deported. He's Adolf Hitler. And probably sucks to recognize this for yourself, but if you agree in any way, shape, or form with this, you probably are Adolf Hitler too. That's it. Like, that's it. And a lot of Americans have that Hitlerian dog in them, okay? In their hearts, they got that Sig Heil dog in there. Now the problem, or I guess not the problem necessarily, but like the upside of this is that they're also very stupid and simultaneously don't recognize how cruel and unusual and unnecessary this punishment is until it happens, and then they'll go, oh my God, this was so bad, who could have guessed it? And that bears itself in the data quite a bit, because the very same Americans, by 60% that say we need mass deportation now, are also saying we need to set up pathways of citizenship for these undocumented migrants that are, our neighbors that are living on U.S. soil. That's it. By far the most annoying independent I talked to in Michigan, far north of the state, is Harris isn't going far enough to secure our border people. I gently asked how the border impacts them. Worst I got was, I don't want to lose a job to them. Unemployed housewife. Median voter broke by the TV media. Absolutely. Absolutely. The funniest part about it is that Michigan, it doesn't matter where they're at, right? They are surrounded by undocumented migrants and they like them. Every American thinks it's some other secret, shadowy, scary rapist undocumented migrant that's going to get deported, and not their fun neighbor that they like that's going to get deported in this process. That's the problem. It's the same shit that happened with abortion. There are Republicans that were like, yeah, we really do need to restrict abortion. And then it happened. They're like, oh my God, what the fuck? I never thought that like my daughter might get this necessary medical treatment. Oh, this was a bad idea. Because you're fucking stupid. You're stupid. But I also fault the Democratic Party for not actively communicating that this would be devastating, not only for just your neighbors that you take for granted and like, but also for the American economy. That's the problem. I fault the Democratic Party for not actually putting up a fight so that the Republicans can focus on tackling the things that the Democrats are doing. When Democrats move to the left, the Republicans come along with them and try to fight tooth and nail to claw back any sort of progressive momentum that the Democrats put forward. When the Democrats don't do that, they get comfortable and they act like, oh, no, we're going to take this shit for granted. We're going to take these voters for granted. The Republicans can move the country further and further right. And if the Democrats go along with this right-wing attitude, with this right-wing sentiment, if they keep repeating it over and over again, they go even further right. Yeah, great example. What happened with IVF? There are some Republicans who want to ban it. But in the sea of all of this commotion about Republicans taking away people's personal civil liberties, the freedom that they once took for granted in terms of getting a fucking medical process, routine medical procedure that is supposed to be kept between a doctor and a patient, when they interfered with that, and then some Republicans were like, we got to ban IVF too. What happened? Republicans were like, whoa, what do you mean? I love IVF. I'm going to literally artificially inseminate my wife right now. I'm doing IVF right now. I'm coming in a sock. We're doing IVF. I love IVF. I'm the defender of IVF. That's what they said.
And if they come back into our country, they will be told it is an automatic 10-year sentence in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer.
Trump'ın haklı olduğu konular var. Ne var? Hangi konuda haklı? Hangi konuda haklı? Hadi bakalım. Sağcı Türkler. Yani salaklığın son seviyesi. Hadi anlat. Salak adam. Turkish right-wingers being like, there's some issues that Trump is right on. Like what? Hell yeah, bro just said we're going to turn migrants into slave labor. Did y'all hear that? Yes. What? What is this fucking meme, bro? Come on. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, we got edgy boys in the chat. Ooh, so edgy. Anyway, I think that like you can make that joke in a way that isn't so gross, you know? Could you explain why abortion would be reinstated under Harris, but somehow hasn't been under Biden? Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it looks like it's also an issue that the Dems don't want to deal with because they wanted to run on it. It's a bit of both. They didn't want to deal with it because they could potentially run on it, but they also didn't want to deal with it because they're fucking cowardly and so completely captured by mainstream narratives that you saw That's why NPR would be like, abortion is a divisive issue. Roe v. Wade is a divisive issue. It was never a divisive issue. 75% of the public was completely committed to Roe v. Wade, so much so that every single Trump-appointed Supreme Court justice on the public record lied to the American public and said, it's a super precedent. Amy Covert Beretta literally came out and was like, oh, it's a super precedent. Like, of course we're not going to touch Roe v. Wade. And then they did anyway. They lied. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. You can't do shit, okay? These are appointed positions. They'll do whatever the fuck they want. Anyway. Wait, so your biological brother went to go see Uncle Ho Chi Minh's body, so you replaced him with a Turkish Valorant player? Based, Pog. Yeah, that's what I did. Trump is ahead on the economy, inflation, and immigration. Harris is ahead on healthcare and cares about people like you. Trump stands up for the American worker by 47. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is a messaging failure on all fronts, dude. This is a communication disaster. Like, oh my God, Trump stands up for the American worker. He literally had a pathetic man-child, billionaire, narcissistic man-baby do an interview of him, glazing him, and they talked about firing striking workers. Like, gleefully, they laughed about it. Oh my God. Trump know how to run a country. He's not great, but good enough. But I hate him for looking at Middle East and think we should do and believe everything he wants. Make Israel a priority. We are not human beings. I mean, we be the Arabs. Fuck Trump. He's a bitch. I'm sad. Okay, dude. He does not know how to run a country, dog. Okay, calm down. Anyway. Yeah, immigration and border security, 52%. Best able to handle. Why? Why is it that only 36% of Americans believe Kamala Harris is best to handle immigration and border security, whereas 52% think Trump is better? Well, the answer is simple. It's because the Democrats have completely dropped the ball on the issue of immigration. They are captive to right-wing framing on the matter. And when you are telling everyone that your opponent is right on the matter, they're going to go with your opponent, who has always been right on the matter then. That accent is correct, 100%. That's how I say it in my mind. Okay, dude. Greg Sargent, staff writer at The New Republic. News, Dems are seriously second-guessing some of the strategies of the biggest pro-Harris super PAC future forward. They worry outreach to young and non-whites is faltering and think Trump was able to rehabilitate his favorables too easily. No way. What? How? I'm so confused. I'm just some fucking dumbass Twitch streamer. What the fuck do I know? I'm always in my hug box. I'm always in my fucking living room. It turns out I can see certain realities from this goddamn living room in Los Angeles, California, better than these fucking excellent expert analysts do. I've been saying this for months. Fuck! Didn't you say this like yesterday and for the past 3 months? Yes. Every single fucking day. Every single day I've been saying this. Every single day. And I said similar things about the Biden administration as well when Biden was running for re-election. Oh my God. Who could have foreseen this? Who could have foreseen this, dude? Who could have foreseen this? I know Harris Staver, the whole campaign, she was just living her best life and thrilled by the record-breaking donos, totally put the car before the horse. Yeah, it's funny because the record-breaking donos came because Kamala Harris represented a change and a response to public pressure. That swap out was why she got this momentum. All of a sudden, these same demographics that were primed, that were embarrassed to have to go out and vote for this old man running up against an old man as well, were like, oh shit, this is good. This is new. We like this. We're going to gift you. We're going to give you positive reinforcement. You gave us what we wanted. And then they looked at that and were like, oh yeah, let's just fuck this entire thing up. Okay, let's just fuck it up. I said when I went to the DNC, I was like, they're doing victory laps for no fucking reason. This is a close race. What are y'all doing? Liberal framing, but what do you think about this argument? She could personally arrest and deport every Haitian immigrant in America and frack enough natural gas to render all of Pennsylvania uninhabitable, and the median voter would still think she's too liberal. Just embrace it. Fighting it is a losing battle. Yeah, no, this is a little libbed up, but she's right. No, this is correct. This is why. This is why I say what I say. It's the same equation that you need to understand that it is a one-to-one with the way that people see Biden. They perceive Biden as weak, okay? They see Biden as weak when it comes to Israel especially, right? They see him as old, weak, and feeble. They don't think he is a strong enough leader. Donald Trump, on the other hand, they see as a strong leader. You've said this before, but focus groups have said about 5 to 8% of the economy, crime, and immigration numbers are strictly because she's a woman and black. A bunch of people don't trust her on anything because of that. I know, which is why trying to capture the fucking coalition of voters that a racist 700-year-old white man captured is not a smart fucking campaigning strategy. This is what I've been saying for fucking months. I said this is going to be a 2008 Barack Obama rerun. If she does that, she's going to win. If she fucking still tries to do the fucking Joe Biden voters, the white suburbians, she's going to lose. White people are racist as fuck and misogynistic. They're not going to look at a fucking black woman and be like, well, you know, she says she's a cop, I believe her. No. The same people that went for Joe Biden were like, yeah, he's stable. He's racist enough. I like him. They're never going to look at a black woman and go, you know what? I've taken this seriously. I think she's going to be a good cop. No, she's a black woman. The fuck? I've been saying this. You know what a black woman will never be? A racist old white man, okay? She will never be Joe Biden. So why the fuck would you bring his campaign on board to run his campaign strategy? You actually thought she had a chance? Are you fucking nuts? She still has a chance, bro. Wake the fuck up. People despise Donald Trump. And also on top of that, Donald Trump is running a dog shit campaign. Every fucking day of the week, Donald Trump goes out and does another stupid thing, says another insane thing. If I'm Donald Trump, I'm desperately running away from how I lost the election. I would never talk about that. I would never bring up January 6th ever again. He can't shut the fuck up about it. Every time he says that, every single person that's like maybe in the margins goes, damn, I do remember that. That shit was kind of fucked up. He like lied about being a sore loser and then he took action. Not every fucking Republican Party voter is primed with like primed in the same way that your QAnon uncle is. Okay? They look at that and they're like, that's a little bit much for me. I don't know. Maybe I'll stay home this time. Every single time he moves the needle even further on the immigration stuff to a degree that is like genuinely gross and racist for a lot of Americans. They're like, Americans are going, yeah, I think undocumented migrants do cause a lot of problems, but like, I don't think they're stealing cats and fucking dogs. Maybe that's not for me. Every time he comes out and pops off, he's also hemorrhaging support. Bro, anyone saying she doesn't have a chance, just stupid. She's ahead in the polling when 50% of the polls are from right-wing firms that push the average down. This is because voters like voting for who is ahead. So if they can force a fake Trump surge, they will gain voters from it. But neutral polls show her up in swing states. Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I think Kamala Harris is in a dog shit position right now is because she's running a dog shit campaign and the polls should not be showing her this close to Donald Trump. Okay? If your opposition got almost assassinated twice and never even saw a fucking bump, it is ridiculous that you are close in any way, shape, or form. The only reason why you're close to him is because you're running towards his vision. You are trying to implement his vision, and you're saying, I'm going to do Trump stuff, but I'm going to do it competently. This, I think a lot of people don't understand. Trump isn't just not liked because he's annoying and gross and chaotic. His policies are also bad. And people don't like it. They don't like how they felt when Nazis were fucking storming in the streets. They don't like how they felt when his annoying ass, arrogant, sweaty, unwashed, loser ass fucking fan base was chirping about every single thing that he said that was a complete fabrication of the truth. Like, they hated that. I hated that. I remember that shit. People fucking forget. It's not just Trump's style that sucks, but his policies are sound. No, his policies are bad too. What the fuck did he do for you when he cut fucking taxes for the wealthy? Yeah, sure, some dumbass Americans always are primed into believing that the Republicans are better at fucking the economy, but that also is a genuine problem born out of the fucking the shitty communication strategies of the Democratic Party in the neoliberal era. Post Ronald Reagan, Democrats got so scared about Ronald Reagan's victory that they were like, we have to just be Ronald Reagan light every fucking election, with one exception. And that was 2008 Barack Obama. Now, the problem is he ran on a very progressive slant, and then he turned around and still did neoliberalism through and through. I guess maybe Al Gore to a certain degree as well, but Al Gore had the election stolen from him, and he didn't fight for it afterwards. So what happens when Trump wins? I'll tell you right now, okay? Donald Trump wins in November 5th. The next day, resistance libs are back. First, they're going to attack the left. They're going to be like, Muslims are the reason why Donald Trump won. Leftists are the reason why Donald Trump won. Oh, guess what? We're going to enjoy the show now. You did this to yourselves, okay? Good luck being deported. And then they are going to slowly but surely build the resistance liberal network. The entire networks are going to forget their coverage nonstop about how, immigrants constitute a genuine national security threat, because everyone's going to start feeling the fucking pain. They're going to start noticing that their neighbors are getting fucking door knocked. Their neighbors are getting, BORTAC units in the fucking area and being ripped apart from their family members. Their daughters are now crying on the fucking streets because their dad is an undocumented migrant and now he's in a fucking deportation facility. All of a sudden, everyone recognizes how bad that policy was, even though they loudly and boldly declared how good that was when 60% of the country was seemingly on board with it. We are going to get a rerun of the Trump years, okay? That's it. That's it. That's what's going to happen. Every single liberal is first going to attack the left, and then they're going to turn around and still attack the left every now and then, but mostly start uniting under a broader progressive momentum. You'll probably see a bunch of people like Kamala Harris, unironically, also see that loud momentum and start saying, abolish ICE again, only to run on pro-ICE next time the election cycle comes around. Anyway, I don't think Trump will win, mostly for what I see in Michigan. Too many white people against Trump. Yeah, we'll see. You think they'll run her again if she loses? Fuck no. Kamala Harris, unlike Hillary Clinton, does not have like a Kamala constituency in the Democratic Party. The reason why Hillary Clinton was able to run was because like that is one wing of the Democratic Party. There were the Clintonites, and then there was the Barack Obama. Like inside of the Democratic Party's institution, you had Clinton heads and you had Obama heads, okay? Kamala Harris does not have a portion of the staffers. That's why she's relying on the Clinton heads and the Joe Biden cutouts right now. Liberals are so annoying because as much as they sing about country over party, they love to bully people on their left. They are just like the Republicans who scream rhino lol, apparently, because we can't expect politicians to actually listen to voters. We should follow the party flag. It doesn't matter. Clinton actually beat Obama in a lot of states. She was a much stronger candidate than Harris ever could be. What? Okay, I disagree with you on that. Hillary Clinton was an incredibly unlikable candidate with multiple decades of conspiracy theories, some of which was warranted, some of which even unwarranted. Her name recognition was in the shitter. Kamala Harris does not have Hillary Clinton's weaknesses, but she's still running a Clintonite-ass campaign, just totally oblivious. She actually has shooters Harris never caught on. She had to be handed the nomination. I mean, yes, institutional competency, Hillary Clinton had that for sure. But having said that, Hillary Clinton had far more significant negatives than Kamala Harris. That's just the truth. As a matter of fact, it's part of the reason why I still think Kamala Harris might win the election. But it's not. I do not believe that is as likely as I once did, for sure. I think that looking at the poll is one thing, but looking at the vibes overall or the momentum is an entirely different thing. But Donald Trump's pathway to victory, yeah, it's true that the Republicans had 30 years to work on HRC. Harris, not so much. Yeah, that's a huge deal, I think. It's that and the fact that Trump is also like notoriously not liked. Those are two real reasons, because a lot of the old voters, high propensity voters, okay, they remember it because they were, cognizant and alive. What does Trump have? He has possibly young males, okay, low to mid propensity voters that maybe skip a couple elections every now and then or haven't voted before and are going to vote for the first time. He is doing as much as he physically possibly can, going on the fucking podcast circuit, doing all that shit. He did that in 2016 as well. He went on Alex Jones, guys, okay? He knows he will pick up voters wherever he can, okay? Because Republicans still want to win. They're getting in their own way right now with all the trans stuff. They're getting in their own way with all the fucking, like, going above and beyond with the anti-immigrant sentiment to a degree that he's even off-putting to the average American that might be just as racist. But I do personally believe that when you factor all of that in, Donald Trump's chances are not as great as what a lot of doom and gloomers would say. Having said that, Kamala Harris is going to do everything in her fucking power to lose this goddamn election. That much is clear, especially since the DNC. I still don't understand how everyone has convinced themselves that the polls still don't underestimate Trump. Polling a midterm is one thing, and 2020 was still off by quite a bit. I think Trump is going to win more so than 2016, even if polling is slightly better than 2020. Okay, one thing you got to remember, by the way, and this is pretty significant, Donald Trump is the most popular he has ever been in an election cycle at this stage. In 2016, in the polls, he was not this popular. In 2020, in the polls, he was not this popular. Right now, this is the most popular he has been. Okay? If you think 2020 was like, oh, you know, Biden put numbers on the board, he did not. He underperformed the polls in 2020. Trump overperformed the polls in 2020. That's not true. It is true. It is fucking absolutely true. But he is tapped out with like the normal previous voting demographic. Okay? I remember the Washington Post poll that had Biden up in 17 in Wisconsin. Yeah, right before the election. What data did you look at? What do you mean? Trump has overperformed polls significantly at the state level twice. I have a whole spiel on this. No, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. 2020 was the opposite, though. Post Roe v. Wade was a genuine change of pace and attitude for Trump and Trumpian-style candidates and their performance. But that's a midterm. Midterms are high-propensity voters. On the high-propensity voting front, Donald Trump fucking gets washed, okay? 2022, sorry. He does. That's why a lot of election understanders and poll understanders say if it's a low-turnout election, the Democrats are likely going to win. If it's a high-turnout election, Trump is winning, okay? Because Trump is cleaning with low to mid propensity voters, people that skip out on voting, people that don't like reliably and consistently vote. Okay. So much so that there is a reality that Donald Trump ends up winning the popular vote and still losing the electoral college. I would call Trump weak with status signaling whites. I think it's the election of the teacher's pets versus the teacher's pests. That's actually an interesting take. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. There are far more teachers' pests than there are teachers' pets. So that's also something to remember. Here are the polls. Trump is winning. No, don't give me fucking RCP, dude. It's like heavily slanted, dog. And also, this is no toss-up stays. No, this is RCP averages out like it's far more right-wing. There's a lot of junk polling. Like there's a lot of unreliable polls out there right now. That part is true. That part, I Dare, our resident liberal, our resident boomer liberal from Michigan, is correct on that. Wait, wasn't 2020 a massive turnout election and Democrats won? How do you explain that? Yeah, I don't know. Do you remember something very significant happened where Donald Trump won the most votes a Republican presidential candidate has ever won, despite being also very unpopular and still losing the election? I wonder if there was something like some game changer event, like world changing event that occurred in 2020 that allowed for universal ballot registration, mail-in voting, made it easier to vote, basically. You just pick and choose the polls you like at the top of the hour. Oh my God, how am I getting cooked today? God damn it, dude. I'm washed. Your goat is washed, dude. I'm getting fucking destroyed by like the lowest effort baits at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break coming for you. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6. I think they're fucking raising it to $8, by the way. Brand inflation is hitting Twitch even harder, which is really goddamn annoying. But Twitch Prime is still free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I don't even know what the fuck that's about. I don't like it. When did they fucking say that? I'm too broke for that. I don't even know. I think 8 only on mobile, by the way. Yeah, I feel like they just straight up want people to not subscribe. They want people to just run ads and make fucking that the primary vehicle for revenue generation for Twitch streamers. And I fucking hate that. Yeah, what is this? Yeah, I'm not Netflix, dude. I don't expect $8. Like, that's insane. Where the fuck was I? Oh, we did the Colin Allred, which I thought was shitty. Bardock, no bummer. Here, let's go back to Bardock, no bummer for a second while I go pee.
New ABC News Ipsos poll shows most Americans aren't buying it. Just 1/3 say they expect Harris to chart a new course different from President Biden. Overnight in a town hall hosted by Univision, Harris acknowledging the economic pain many Americans are still feeling.
Inflation is now down to 2.4, so we call it the macroeconomic numbers are looking good, but it still doesn't change the experience you're having at the grocery store, and we still need to deal with that.
Our new polling finds nearly half of Americans, 44%, say they are not as well off now as they were when Biden took office, a sentiment Trump is eager to seize on.
We have to bring back the American dream.
In a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, Trump going after Harris, but also insulting the city he was campaigning in.
The whole country is going to be like, you want to know the truth? It'll be like Detroit. Our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president.
With both candidates fighting to win Michigan, a critical swing state, Harris pouncing.
My opponent, Donald Trump, yet again has trashed another great American city when he was in Detroit, which is just a further piece of evidence on a very long list of why he is unfit to be president of the United States.
Now, this all comes as Donald Trump continues to spread false claims and misinformation about the federal response to the hurricane, specifically targeting North Carolina, which, of course, is a critical battleground state. But local election officials there insist that even while they are still recovering, they will be ready, George, for the election.
Yes, and that flood of misinformation has hurt the recovery effort. Okay, Mary, thanks.
Barack Obama is back on the campaign trail, and he's making the case against Donald Trump. But before his guest feature in Pennsylvania, Obama made a surprise visit to Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters in Pittsburgh. It was there that he got candid, maybe a little too candid if you are in the vice president's inner circle tonight. He warned that Harris is underperforming him with black voters, and he had a message specifically for black men.
Part of it.
Yeah, this part is, oh man, this is 2016 time, baby. Let's go. It's like, I love seeing a rerun. You know, when you got something so good, and you just like rerun it, it's like a comfortable warm blanket that you can cover yourself in. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nice, dude. That's how desperate we are. Okay. Love that, dude. Love that. Yeah. Keep telling motherfuckers that they're misogynistic. That certainly worked. I mean, that works so well. Let's do it again. Don't complain. Vote. Yeah, exactly. Woo! Every internal poll must be screaming red hot right now for these guys to just fucking do like the most desperate attempt. Oh my God. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. God damn. Oh, that's so good. If you don't vote for Kamala Harris, you're misogynist and you're anti-black. We should roll that out last second, like the fucking Comey letter, okay? That'll work. 24 days out from the election. We should start fucking yelling at people for not voting for the Democratic Party. That will certainly change people's attitude. Oh my Lord, dude. Let's go.
Makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for them. So now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody who has a history of denigrating you because you think that's a sign of strength. Because
here's why this is funny. Because this shit works only on potentially older black voters who love Barack Obama. But they're already fucking voting for Kamala Harris. You turn around and say this to younger black men, they're going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Suck my dick, goofy. That's it. This doesn't work. You have to like Barack Obama for this to even like remotely work. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this has the reverse effect. That's
what being a man is? Putting women down? That's not acceptable.
CNN political commentator Errol Lewis is in our fifth seat for this conversation. Errol, I I guess he knew the cameras were there. It was an unscheduled stop, but that message was so pointed. In addition to him making it very clear, Kamala Harris is not doing what she needs to do with this core Democratic constituency.
That's right. Although he is asking her, let's be clear, to go over a very high hurdle. Barack Obama got historic levels of black voter registration and turnout and support, and he did it twice. It was almost inevitable that it was going to swing more toward the long-term average of a handful of black voters.
Can I interrupt you for just a moment, just to show you something here? Because we went back.
The funniest part about this is, like, this is one of those things that even if it's true, you're not supposed to say, because it's just a bad way to campaign. Okay. And it's also typical Obama to hit this fucking, and I'll say it, white supremacist ass fucking take. Typical pick up your pants Obama. Okay. For him to say this is so gross as a black man is ridiculous, because here's why it's ridiculous. Okay. Young men on average across the board are swinging for Trump. Okay. Black men are the smallest part of that constituency. How the fuck are you going to call out black men as a black man yourself in this regard? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. What are you doing? Like, what the fuck? Like, oh yeah, it's black people's fault. You're right. Come on. Now, he didn't specifically say black in his speech. Okay, dude. First of all, I think he did. So you're wrong. What do you think he should say instead? Well, it depends. Yeah, it's right here. Black men supporting Trump over Harris is not acceptable. Yeah, when he said brothers, he meant white dudes in Naperville. He was talking about them. Those are the brothers he was referencing. So the problem here is, if you want to analyze specifically the black vote and the generational divide that is like going to be a major problem for the Democratic Party in the future that has taken the black vote for granted, if you want to specifically look at that, even if black men constitute the smallest percentage of this swing happening in the Republican direction, okay? The reason is clear. If you are 1 or 2 generations removed from the last time the Democratic Party actually put their ass out there and expended social capital to defend you and give you something, the right to vote, for example, then yeah, of course you're not going to have that same fucking level of solidarity and loyalty to the Democratic Party. That's it. In terms of the black vote, is a horrendously bad strategy to try and win back voters. All you do is signal to the fucking people in the margins that you are entitled to their vote and they need to shut the fuck up and go out and vote. Saying that at a time when, like, obviously previous vote shaming and taking votes for granted has demonstrably failed, so much so that now you're thinking like, oh, we're hemorrhaging black male support, is just a fucking idiotic thing to do. Like, you have recognized the problem, and instead of addressing the problem, trying to tackle the underlying reasons why the problem exists, you're just doing the problem. You're reiterating the problem. What's the one thing that black conservatives say all the time? We are not a monolith. The Democratic Party takes our vote for granted. You are now staring down a bunch of young black men who are repeating that position. And if your response to that is simply to say, you are a monolith, they're going to be like even more fucking convinced not to vote for the Democrats. It's just not going to work. They can't blame it all on Muslims. Yeah, I know. That is true. Yeah. He's literally not saying that black men are a monolith. What? Do campaigns offer you dollars to consult them? No. And they don't listen to what I have to say that I give out for free 99 anyway. I don't disagree. While I don't disagree with you, there's a tough love component of the black community that I think he's trying to appeal to. Nah. I knew chatters were going to say that. No, dude. Nah.
Look to 2020 exit polls.
They're just voters, okay? No, there is no, like, black community aspect to this, okay? They're just voters. And when you yell at voters and you tell them that they're misogynistic for not voting, even if that is true, you're not supposed to say it.
Biden got 92% of the black vote. Right now, according to Quinnipiac, this is in Pennsylvania, according to Quinnipiac, Harris is at 78. It's a big gap in this state right now. And that can be closed because Biden is not Barack Obama.
Biden is not on, well, he was Obama's running mate. Certainly some spillover there. But you cannot ask of every black candidate in the post-Obama era, you've got to come up with 92% of the black vote every time. That is just not a reasonable assumption. If the margins are as tight as they're likely to be in this race, that's going to cause you problems in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia and in Detroit and in Milwaukee and in Atlanta and in all of the swing states. And so they're going to have to come up with a strategy. Now, Barack Obama is trying one strategy, trying to sort of connect with some of the black male voters who they think have been drifting away and are likely to drift away in these last 26 days. I'm not sure that's the right message.
I mean,
but they have to try something.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, this is not a nice message. This is a very stern message.
Let me ask you a question, Abby and Nina. Let me say, I find it very interesting that we're trying to reach out to white men. We're trying to reach out to black men. The people whose rights are really on the ballot right now are women. And we're begging all these men to pay attention to us and to care enough about this election, to vote, to come out, to support us.
Oh, my God.
I feel like Barack going on the campaign trail right now makes perfect sense. Of course, right? He's a top surrogate for Democrats. He should be out there doing the work right now. I think it's so amazing to me that with women's rights on the line, we're spending so much time focusing on making sure men care.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Look at her face. Look at her face. Now you understand why I get fucking annoyed whenever people single out black people like this. I hope you understand that. Yeah, dude, it's black people. 13% of the fucking population. Like, ridiculous. Less support for the Republicans per capita than every other fucking demographic. And they're like, wow, you got to do better, black men. Saying that to fucking young black men. Come on, dude. Come on. It's like unnecessarily splintering your base of support. It's a liberal version of doing white supremacist talking points. And you're gonna have a whole lot of white people speaking out of turn. The easiest counter to this is, bro, you're a white woman. Out of all these groups, is the one demo that consistently voted for Trump by majority. How about you fix your own fucking house before talking about black men? The fuck are you talking about? What are you saying? And that is also unnecessary splintering, for the record. That's not how you build a coalition. But that's how you arrive at the normal counter to this point. That's what most people are going to fucking feel like. Most black people are going to fucking hear her chirp like this and be like, the fuck are you talking about? White lady? Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, dude, can you imagine looking at an entire group of marginalized people and just like monolithizing them this way when you're a white woman? It's just funny because Kamala is smart enough not to do this. Kamala is smart enough not to fucking do this shit because she's a black woman, okay? And as a black woman, she understands like putting that in the forefront of your campaign is not going to win anyone over in a country that is objectively racist and misogynistic. So the fact that they are literally doing the exact opposite thing now in their last ditch effort as their campaign is like fucking flailing is psychotic.
Women's rights on the line, we're spending so much time focusing on making sure men care.
Because men, I don't know, it's because men are the problem
Men
right now for
care.
Kamala Harris.
I mean, women
and by the way, Governor Walz, according to Politico, is going to be going out on a men tour, literally a tour of media to appeal to men.
They need to appeal to the needs of the voters. And so when I was a delegate for President Obama in both of his elections in Ohio, right now the vice president is down 11 points in Ohio, even though I fully expect President Trump to take Ohio as he did twice, but to be down 11 points compared to President Biden, that is a problem. But this other issue I want to bring up is a problem too. Why are black men being lectured to?
Thank you!
Why are black men being belittled in ways that no other voting group? Now, a lot of love for former President Obama, but for him to single out black men is wrong. And some of the black men that I have talked to have their reasons why they want to vote a different way. And even if some of us may not like that, we have to respect it. So unless President Barack Obama is going to go out and lecture every other group of men from other identity groups, my message for Democrats is don't bring it here to black men who, by and large, don't vote much differently from black women. And what, as a politician, we should be.
There is literally, this is what I like to call liberal white supremacy, okay? Liberals love talking about how fucking homophobic black people are, black men. They're so homophobic. They're so queer-phobic. They're so conservative. It's like, have you seen white people, dog? What the fuck are you talking about? The margins are literally the same. When it comes to election stuff, it's not even the same. Black men, by and large, are still firmly committed to the fucking Democratic Party, but in far greater percentages than white men are. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's a crazy argument to make. You are out of your fucking mind. That's an insane argument to make, dude. It's just you are basically just a liberal that wants to say that black men are angry, violent beings. Like, it's just a liberal way of saying that. I won't lie to you. Old habits die hard. As a 32-year-old black woman, my first instinct to hear Obama's comments is the same message our community says in private amongst each other about interpersonal support. But hearing your commentary, it's immediately alerting to me that means it's definitely not appropriate for the masses and not about voting/elections. It's super clear now. Thank you. Yeah, Obama having this conversation in private or whatever is one thing, okay? But you can't say this publicly. Like, when you say this publicly, you're giving ammunition to like white liberals who are just going to use black men as a reason for why Kamala Harris lost in the end. When percentage-wise, black men are still, by and large, committed to the Democratic Party by higher percentages. It's stupid. It's more complex than that, though. The reason black people are picked out are because the other party's almost pro-slavery. First of all, both parties are pro-slavery as long as it's being done in the prison system. And even if you're going to talk about marginalized identities, Latino men are also in higher percentages voting for the Republican Party, and the Republican platform is killing them. So what are we talking about? Dude, the Republican Party's platform is killing poor people, okay? And poor people still vote for the Republicans. Like, you have to, at a certain point, after many, many years of covering this shit, at least for me, I've begun to recognize that, yes, not begun, but I recognize that it's the Democratic Party's fault. That's it. The Republicans do not change their strategy. They're always the same. They just get worse and worse year over year. If the Democrats keep taking for granted all these fucking bases of support and constantly run harm reductionist arguments, they're not gonna win. They're gonna keep hemorrhaging support from these likely groups of voters. It's that simple, dude. Yeah, I mean, 2020 exit poll, white women 55% for Trump, 45% for Biden. Exactly. I don't know, man. As a black man, I really like white libs pretend that white people are actually more powerless majority than that never did anything wrong. It really motivates me. Yeah. This conversation pisses me off a lot. It's just very, very frustrating. Yeah, blacks for Trump is like 10 to 15%, while whites for Trump is like 50+%. Like, what are we talking about? Also, the other side of what Obama was saying is that there is truth to it. Like, it's not just for black men, it's for a lot of young men. Yes, a lot of American voters, and this is a truth that Kamala Harris recognizes as well. That's why she doesn't fucking run on the "I'm a black woman, you have to vote for me" shit in the same way that Hillary Clinton did the "I'm with her" campaign, because she was a white woman. And as a white woman, she had the audacity to think that American voters would literally not only refuse to be misogynistic, but actually go out and vote for a white woman, white being the primary difference here. And while what he is saying is not entirely incorrect, it still doesn't change the narrative that is not a way to campaign. You cannot fucking say that. Kamala Harris recognizes that. She doesn't say it. You shouldn't either. I hope Kamala doesn't also fucking turn around and start doing this shit.
Trying to get all voters to vote. And hopefully there are a few good men out there who do care about the stripping away of some of women's bodily autonomy. But this is wrong for President Obama. It is a wrong course for the Harris.
People are going to say she's speaking out of turn and say, oh, we have to respect them. They hate women. Why should we respect them? The real counter to this is those people, misogynistic or racist or not, doesn't fucking matter, okay, still have material needs. Trump is obviously communicating to some of their desires better than Kamala Harris's. That's what voting is. That's what elections are about. That's it.
Walt's campaign to lay at the feet of black men when they have their reasons. In 2020, the vice president was labeled a cop, as we know.
But do you think, sorry to interrupt you, Nina, but do you think he's right? that one of the reasons is because they don't like the idea of a
It
woman
might be some.
in the White
Listen,
House?
black men are socialized in the same society as any other man. So.
On race, I looked up, according to New York Times and others, voters think Harris is too conservative, 6% not progressive enough, 9% too progressive, 41%, including 36% of young people, say she's too progressive. Yeah, because she's a black woman. That's it. People are lizard brain. They don't respond to shit. Okay, so were those black men in that room Trump supporters? If so, they need to be called out? No, they weren't. There's also a difference between Obama saying that directly to a black Trump supporter versus putting that out as a broader message, okay? But he wasn't. He wasn't doing that. He was letting it rip so that the media covers it like this. It's a broader message. I think with the ultimate goal of having like older black men and women in the black community to go out and try to speak some sense into their younger counterparts, their children and their grandchildren. I think that's the reason why he said that. And you know, it's AOE damage for no reason. Yeah.
Yes, is misogyny maybe a part of it? But again, is President Obama and is the Harris-Waltz campaign going to lecture other male groups in the same way that they're lecturing
This is
black
not
men?
just about...
I don't think so.
It's not just about Pennsylvania. It's not just about men. It sounds like there's a concern that there's a broad problem for Vice President Harris with the blue wall. It's basically, according to the poll of polls, no clear leader, a tied race essentially in all three of these battleground states. You know, I don't know that this is because Trump has run a great campaign, but I mean,
I don't think it's that.
I mean, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, but he has struggled against Kamala Harris in this early stage, but he's still kept this race pretty tight and maybe has made some inroads in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely, he has. Vice President Harris's high watermark was about a week and a half after the convention. It's slowly been trickling down. That Quinnipiac poll showing the vice president down in Michigan and Wisconsin sent a...
Your grandpa, I'm a black man, I'm not voting at all because Kamala's not campaigning on progressive enough policies for me, but my grandpa's doing lesser evil voting. I understand his POV. His main concerns are January 6th happening again, lol, and abortion. But I can't operate that way. I'd rather see a new progressive party born with steadfast beliefs and vote in 4 to 8 years. I love your grandpa. Your grandpa is very similar to a lot of people's grandparents that fucking, you know, spend all their time watching MSNBC. It's like the Fox News contingency, but like for MSNBC instead. That's all this is. Yeah. There's only two different people at this point in America, in the American base of support, okay? You got MSNBC grandpa that's like worried about January 6th, and you got fucking Fox News grandpa that wants to do January 6th.
Alarm bells throughout every Democrat office in the country. But I want to say this, the blue wall is cracking, and black men are just one part of a broader puzzle that she hasn't been able to reach. Now, to her credit, she hasn't been running for very long. This campaign's new. This is a new experiment of replacing somebody late in the cycle. So, okay, we'll give her that. However, she's struggling with union voters. The two of the biggest unions ever didn't endorse her. She's struggling with Muslim Americans in Michigan, according to CARE's own numbers. She's struggling with Hispanics in California. She's not expected to remake the Obama coalition. That's impossible. That's a 1 in a million, especially given the short time frame. But she has a lot of bigger problems, and that's why you see Tammy Baldwin panicking about being down more.
Here's Debbie Dingle. People need to see the real Kamala Harris. This is what she told Axios. They need to let her get in the union halls and just talk to people. Whatever you think about Trump, he's personable.
Well, I think that's one of the things. I mean, he obviously, from 2016 all the way through 2020, now through 2024, he comes off as a fighter. He comes off.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think that's a good idea. No. I was like, damn, we should do more Kamala Harris media appearances. And then I saw it and I was like, damn, we should never do more Kamala Harris media appearances. Send in Tim Waltz on the Man Tour. God, that shit is so lame. The Man Tour. This is what happens when your worldview is inherently anti-materialist. You think everything is culture. You think like these people basically became the way that they are because they saw too many wrong podcasts. And if they see the right podcast, their attitude will change. That's not how this works. You have to also solve the underlying material issues that they experience. Here, I'll make it simple for you. there's a couple signifiers that make it incredibly likely that you are going to vote for one party or the other. There is the rural versus urban divide. If you live in a city, you are more likely to vote Democrat than if you live in a suburb or in a rural part of your state. Another thing that also is a predictor of who you're going to vote for is educational attainment. Educational attainment is so significant that even white people who otherwise love white supremacy will end up overcoming their white supremacist desires to go out and vote for the liberal party, the progressive party. Men are less educated than their female counterparts. That's it. That's it. And it's becoming worse and worse. Like this education gap and also work attainment gap as a byproduct of the education gap is getting worse. There you go.
As a fighter for whatever issue matters to you. I think that's one of his big appeals. One of the challenges, I think, for the vice president's campaign is that I don't think Barack Obama is the right surrogate to go out there and do it. No, now, he's beloved by Democrats. He's beloved generally by Americans, but he's never had coattails. Aside from 2008, when he first got elected, Democrats lost more than 1,000 seats in state and federal offices during his 8 years. He was the sitting president when...
Damn. That's not even Obama's fault entirely. You know, shouts out Rahm Emanuel and all the fucking dipshits that he had in his corner. But he's not wrong. I can't believe I'm agreeing with a fucking Trump strategist here, but that is a truth bomb, okay? That's a Pisaki bomb, baby.
Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin with Barack Obama campaigning in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, and it didn't change the narrative. So I just don't know if he has the coattails. He'll fire up the base, but is he going to get anybody new to come out and vote?
You know, the other mistake that they're making is focusing too much on personality. I mean, Kamala Harris has got an appealing personality, and we're all getting to know her. But this is the incumbent party. She was part of an administration. They have a decent record to run on. You could say to black men, for example, $7 billion for historically black colleges and universities. You know, we've done certain things. We've had an economy where we've had not one, not two, but over 36 record highs in the stock market this year. If you've got a retirement account, that is...
I'm sorry, dude. You're a fucking idiot, dog. In a conversation where the subject matter is why young men are hemorrhaging support, but specifically young black men are hemorrhaging support from the Democratic Party, you're like, wow, why doesn't she tout the benefits of the stock market highs? I'm Brian Kilme, dude. I'm Brian Kilme. Wow, I don't understand why young men don't want to support the party when the Democratic Party had stock market highs 34 times under the Brandon regime. If you have this weird attitude where everyone's a day trader, I don't fault you for thinking that because you're online, but it's just big signifier that you're extremely online. Anyway.
It is helping you. You can go out and explain these things, or you can sort of say, well, let's try and segment this.
Michael's exclusive interview with Governor Tim Walz. Michael, you sat down with him in his home state of Minnesota.
Yes, George, I did sit down with Governor Tim Walz, and we covered a lot of ground.
Damn, bro, what did you guys talk about? You look distraught.
At the top of the voters' minds, the economy, the comments that he's made about his life that turned out to be untrue or possibly misleading, and concerns that this election might be disrupted. But I started off by asking him what he would have done differently from President Biden.
Vice President Harris was asked this week on The View if she would have done anything differently than President Biden with President Biden that he has done in the past 4 years. And she said, quote, there is not a thing that comes to mind. And she later said she would have a Republican in her cabinet. Yeah. And when it comes to President Biden and the presidency, would you or do you see anything that you would have done differently?
Yeah, and look, as a governor, I was asked to be governor of this state when Donald Trump was president and when Joe Biden was there. And I watched Donald Trump dismiss the COVID pandemic. I watched him drive an economy into the ground. And I watched Joe Biden and Kamala Harris pick those pieces up. And I think for all of us, we make decisions, we reanalyze afterwards. I think the thing that drew me to this ticket, and I think what the vice president's talking about, is that her values on these hasn't changed. They have been working for the middle class. They've been doing all they can to make sure prices come down. They're protecting reproductive care.
So it makes me want to ask you, do you think that Biden's done everything right?
Well, look, I don't know if any of us do everything right, but I can tell you he's done everything in the best interest of the American public. He's listened to what the public did. He's asked for answers, and I think, and reevaluated afterwards. And I think if your values and the judgments you're making and the ethical decisions you're making, he's done that. And I, again, have seen the difference that it made, especially during the COVID pandemic.
No, totally, dude.
Leadership.
Biden famously always is like, hey, guys, do you want maximum genocide or like a step below maximum genocide? And then people are like, we don't want no genocide. How about that? And he's like, just kidding, Jack. We're doing permanent genocide in the third world. I'm doing the Holocaust. Why? Yeah. Biden is so responsive to voter pressure, dude, that it took Nancy Pelosi being like, I'm going to assassinate you, for him to be like, all right, I'll drop, I guess. Mr. Responsive, they say. Mr. Responsive to the voter demands that's how I would that's how I would recall the Biden administration. Only good thing this motherfucker did was, I mean, aside from the agencies, is pulling out of Afghanistan. And even then, they're so deeply ashamed of that good thing that they did that they let the fucking media dominate them for months over it. Gross. So sad. Is Waltz a media sub? I think Waltz is gone. I think they captured him and they cloned him in a facility. And this is the clone Waltz speaking. Every time he opens his mouth in these interviews post DNC, that's what I think.
Versus someone who's incredibly self-centered.
I want to go back to something you said on Tuesday. You said, I think all of us know the Electoral College needs to go. But the campaign came out later that night, and they said that's not their stance.
Yeah. Well, it's not the campaign's position. And the point I'm trying to make is that there's folks that feel every vote must count in every state. And I think some of folks feel that's not the case. Our campaign does that. And the point I'm saying is I'm in 5 states in 2 days.
Bro, he's like, that's like the real Waltz coming out. And he's like, ugh, like, and then they just like hit him with the pro-Israel stroke gun again. Like he almost came out for a second. The real Waltz almost came out and they were like, we'll use the stroke gun on you. You'll say Am Israel High on television. I swear to God. We'll use the pro-Israel stroke gun that we used on Fetterman. You shut the fuck up about the Electoral College. We like it. Yeah, they got a shot collar under that fucking collar.
We're out there making the case that the campaign's position is clear, that that's not their position. Their position and my position is to make sure that everybody understands their vote, no matter what state they're in, matters.
So that's something that you and Vice President Harris disagree on?
I have spoken about it in the past, that she's been very clear on this, and the campaign, and my position is the campaign's position.
And let's talk about the economy. That is the top issue for voters out there. 74% of voters said the past year they've had to cut back on groceries because of the rising costs, of course. And a lot of those voters, they're concerned that they cast their vote for Kamala Harris, but she's responsible for that. Yeah. So how do you reach those voters? What do you say to those voters who may blame her for the economy right now?
Yeah, folks in the middle. Well, we talk to them about what are the policies that are going to make a difference. And we see some of the data, but data doesn't impact people in their daily lives. Going to the grocery store and you see false information, whether it's bird flu impacting eggs. But the reality for most people is if those costs are up, they want to know what you're going to do about it. I think that's why she's focusing on making sure whether it's home ownership more affordable, tax cuts for the middle class, and let's just be candid about this, this price gouging piece of this.
And something that former President Trump said, something that within your debate, they were saying that, hey, these are policies that Kamala Harris could have done 3 years ago when she was in the White House with President Biden, and she never did. What do you say to people who bring that up, who say that?
Well, Donald Trump had 4 years to do it, if you're going to talk about that. But the point is, you need a partner in Congress. You've seen these. We've seen different bills that are ready to pass, and Donald Trump makes sure he steps in. We saw it around immigration, a bipartisan bill, widely respected, wanting to make a difference in this, holding true to our values, securing the border. Donald Trump steps in and says, look, that's going to hurt my political future. Let's not make it happen.
Let's talk about your record. And you call yourself a knucklehead. Call yourself a knucklehead because you've made some statements that just aren't true. And the comment about weapons of war that I carried in war, which you didn't. You said that you were in Hong Kong during the Tiananmen Square massacre when you weren't. You kind of chalked it all up to bad grammar or getting the dates wrong.
Yeah.
But your opponents say you lied to make yourself look better. Do they have a point?
Well, look, 35 years ago, got the opportunity to be in Hong Kong, be in China, learned a lot about it, served 24 years in the National Guard, passionately, in an instance, talking about gun violence in schools, on an instance there, proud of the service that I've done.
I sneezed so hard that I got the worst stomach cramp, dude. Oh my God. I got the stroke gun. Oh, by God. Oh my God. Oh, it's still hurting too. It's like still, I think it's because earlier today when I flexed my abs too hard to fucking post that Instagram photo. No, I'm just kidding. I did abs a lot today, but still, oh my God, bro. Hope it's not a hernia. What? No, it's not. I just cramped. It does still hurt though. Like it's still flexing. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. M Israel high, please. Never again. Holy shit. Nah, I need a fucking banana and I need water. Oh my God. How does a hernia happen? I don't know what a hernia is. Hernia forms when tissue pokes through a weak spot in the muscle. This can cause a visible bulge. Hernias usually don't cause danger right away, but if left untreated, the tissue can become stuck or lose blood flow. I thought you could only herniate a disc. I didn't know that you could get like, no, I don't have a hernia. I'm touching my fucking abs. No sudden moves. Yo, my shit got rocked, dude. Holy fuck. I had to drop my chicken wrap and everything. Ooh, I'm sweating, dude. It's not even a joke. Like, I need to hydrate. That's what I need to do. Most unk you've ever been. I know. Cup chatters. I know my shit got sauced. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Go to urgent care. Shut the fuck up, chat. It's fine. It's Unktober. Press the point where it hurts and cough. No, the pain is gone already. Yeah, no. There's no more pain. It's just like a couple what is it called? It's like aftershock muscle spasms, but that's it. Oh my God. That's going to be a fucking clip too. God damn it. That's so fucking annoying. I should have just fuck. We genuinely thought you had an orgasm? Yeah, dude, I nutted. I nutted that hard. In the past, I have nutted so hard that I've actually had an ab cramp. Fuck. I'm so fucking old, dude. How is this possible? All right, let's finish.
Proud to be a teacher in that classroom. Proud to have been very public all these years and owning it when I, said, look, I was there in August of '89. And I think what you see here, you saw it in Minnesota. I've been elected 8 times here. These things have been very public for folks here. They see the results of things that we pass. We see a state that's a top 5 state for business. We see 3rd best state, top 3 state for raising a child, and we've got the best health care. And I think the policies, whether it be dealing with China and understanding China's human rights record, what you can be certain there is that Kamala Harris and I aren't going to, pick dictators on speed dial. See, Xi Jinping is doing a good job during COVID, as Donald Trump said, and I think those lessons learned over a lifetime of being very public, whether it's in the classroom or being elected.
Well, but if...
Yeah, he did do a good job during COVID. What? Did Donald Trump even say Xi Jinping is doing a good job during COVID? Because that would be a truthful statement. Demonstrably a better job than we did.
And she never did. What do you say to people who bring that up? Who say that?
Well, Donald Trump had 4 years to do it, if you're going to talk about that. The point is, you need a partner in Congress. You've seen these. We've seen different bills that are ready to pass.
The way Gaia don't give a fuck. Yeah, she didn't even move, dude. What's wrong with me?
It's one thing of trust. So there are going to be some people who say, we can't trust him to even tell the truth about himself.
Yeah.
What do you say to them?
Well, I said they know who I am. I know who I am. I know the work that I've done. I know that things get spun in a political environment. But I think what they see is, if they want to compare that talking about immigration policy.
Dude, this stuff is fucking hilarious. This is one of the biggest media hack jobs of all time. The idea that, like, Tim Walz is a serial liar. Why? Because we found 2 different speeches where, he exaggerated his involvement. One of them is a misspeak anyway, and the other one is like the classic fucking lie that people constantly tell. Like, yeah, if you're in 1989 during Tiananmen Square, like, if you're in China, you're gonna lie and say you were there. Okay, you were there at the fucking massacre or whatever, right? Fake being mad at those 2 things when Donald Trump is running for president And there are less moments where Trump is honest than telling a lie is so nutty. This is the media trying to do this thing that they always do, which is overcorrect in order to appear impartial. Well, you know, this guy lies too. See, we're after him. And it's funny because the Republicans don't give a shit. They're still going to call you lying mainstream news. Like you're fucking out of your mind. Like, no voter cares about this shit, no matter how hard the media tries to hit this point. Very, very stupid. American voters care about what's in front of them. The 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Okay? That's it. That's what they care about. They care about avoiding those ads. How do you avoid those ads? By subscribing. And you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Policy or seeing the things that Donald Trump would say. I think there's a big difference than missing a date when you're there and, again, spinning something for a political reason. I'm very clear of who I've been. I'm very proud of 24 years of doing that work, and I think going to Congress and working for veterans, they want to see it and make the difference, look a little different. I think people in Minnesota, my students, the folks I've worked with, members of Congress, they know who I am, and they know the policies we put in place have made an impact.
And Vice President Harris said that she told you to be a little bit more careful on how you say things.
Well, I did it, you know, even the other day of just speaking passionately about these gun violence situations and meeting with these survivors. I've sat in the room with the Sandy Hook folks, a friend with...
Be careful. Like he's a fucking child. This shit pisses me off, bro. It's funny because this motherfucker didn't want to do this at all. I don't think he ever had higher office aspirations like this. And now he has to look like a fucking goddamn cuck every day of the week. Now you have to sit there and look servile for a dying campaign.
David Hogg, who's been an activist on this, people know in that, and then that gets spun in that, well, he didn't say something true. It was very clear that I was talking about these veterans, very clear that I wear, you know, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and I do think in these positions, whether it be governor or being vice president of the United States, you do need to be careful. You do need to be a little more thoughtful on it. And I think what you see is as someone who's been in classrooms a lot, I've been around coaching a lot, I speak passionately, and I...
Bro, just fucking flip the script. What's wrong with you? What are you, a donkey? Be like, what are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you saying? Yeah, okay, I misspoke twice. Donald Trump is not misspeaking when he says immigrants are eating cats and dogs. He's not misspeaking when he says immigrants are ruining the blood of the American nation. He's not misspeaking when he lies about undocumented migrants killing 100,000 Americans every year. That's deliberately a lie that he tells. Really? We're going to have a conversation about whether or not I saw the Tiananmen Square in 1989? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I won 8 governor races! Or not 8 governor races, but like, however many. I was a goddamn congressperson and a goddamn governor that was very successful. Okay? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Be for fucking real. I already ran the ad break. Be for real, dude. There is not a single issue you can point to, Tim Waltz, on that the Republican Party doesn't do tenfold. What the fuck? This shit pisses me off, dude.
I think doing that, you need to combine the two. And I think that's what she's referring to.
And you spent years as a high school defensive coordinator.
Yes.
Coach, getting the guys together and out there on that field. And you credit that experience as, you say that's something that makes you uniquely positioned to help America go where you feel like it should go. How did that make you uniquely qualified for that?
Well, I think it's about building teams, about bringing diverse folks in, finding where their skills work. I feel like I'm on a championship team with Vice President Harris, but it's that idea of molding, shaping, providing guidance, but understanding that you're just a piece of it. The players got to play. I always said you've got to put them in a position to be successful. And I think where you see these positions, whether it's governor or vice president, you got to put the American people in a position to be successful, and they'll do it. They'll do it.
And when I asked Governor Walz how he and VP Harris were doing so far in this election, he said he knew it was going to be close and that you don't just hope to win on that day. you plan to win, George.
All right. Okay, Michael, thanks very much. Good job. And this Sunday and this week, Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz interviews Don.
There is a question here on the screen that's...
Welcome back to the HasanAbi Vindication Hour, where I tell you exactly how right I was for the past couple of years, but especially so in the past couple of months. And then libtards yell at me regardless, until the television man also tells everyone, the libtards, that I was right. Welcome back. It's wonderful to have you. Hopefully, a lot of the libtards will learn their lesson that don't listen to the television man, listen to what I have to say, and you will at least be able to outflank the television man and look really cool amongst your other libtard friends when you are correct, and you are inevitably found correct. This is a HasanAbi Vindication hour. Happens quite a bit, especially this past year. It's been 2024 HasanAbi Vindication year. Let's take a look. Harry Enton explains why some Democrats are worried. Run the numbers. Presidential race tightens even more.
Kind of an eternal question. Why some Democrats worry? Now, it's a trope. A lot of people will say they're always worried. But I will say, if you've been paying attention to social media or reporting on CNN, Democrats seem particularly worried now. Why? One man, as we say, has the answer. CNN's chief senior data reporter, Harry Enton, is here. So, why?
Why? What is with all of this bedwetting among Democrats? Maybe it's an eternal problem, but let's take a look here. These are, of course, the Great Lake battleground states, the states we've been focusing in on. If Kamala Harris wins these three, she most likely gets to 270 electoral votes. Take a look 3 weeks ago. Harris was ahead.
Momentum swinging.
By 2 in Pennsylvania, 2 in Wisconsin, 3 in Michigan. Look at where we are today. The race is even tighter than it was. Today, it's a 1-point advantage in Pennsylvania, 1 in Wisconsin, 1 in Michigan. Look, that's limited movement, but in a year in which this race has been so static, if we're talking 1-point movement, 1-point movement, 2-point movements, and we see movements in all 3, this is the type of thing that, at least in the public polling, makes Democrats worry, and I think that the public polling in this case is reflected in some of that internal polling, some of that reporting that suggests that these Great Lake battlegrounds...
I think polls mean nothing. Oh, they're back. The polls mean nothing. Libs are going to be so back. Vibes understander, bros. We are back in. Riding with Biden has now turned into riding with Harris into the distance. I love that. Vote blue no matter who. So consistent, so resilient. Who could have foreseen this? Why are Democrats bedwetting? The race is closer than it was 3 weeks ago. Way too close to call in all 3. Also, Harris is doing 6 points worse on average in them at Biden at this point in 2020. Also, Dems worry more about a Trump presidency than GOP about Harris. That's because it won't be a Trump presidency. It'll be a Trump dictatorship. Normalizers like you helped usher in so you could get paid. This doesn't make any sense. If it's a Trump dictatorship coming up and the Democratic Party recognizes that, they should probably abandon a lot of the policies of that Trump agenda instead of hugging and kissing every Republican but Trump. Who could have foreseen this? Who? I mean, who? Perhaps they are not appealing to Republicans enough. I'm going to tweet it. Oh, wow. Who could have seen this coming? Perhaps they're not appealing to Republicans enough. Step aside and let Romney run in the interest of bipartisanship. Oh, you know what? I'm going to say Nikki Haley. No way. Trump will be never president. Though, isn't Trump way too hated like Kamala, who doesn't even need to be that popular? Yeah, Trump is way too hated. But if you're turning around and looking at a fucking hated guy and saying all of his policies are right, but he's too incompetent to run those policies, then why the fuck should anybody vote for you? Notice the attitude shift from a lot of the liberals in the upcoming weeks, where all of these think pieces start coming out about like why the Kamala Harris campaign is hemorrhaging, why the momentum is swinging in the other direction. They will come in here and they won't say that I was right, but they'll start watching and they'll try to be a little bit more careful. Maybe they'll actually turn around and yell at me and say I'm the reason why she's doing poorly in the polls.
states have certainly tightened a lot, where at this point they are way too close to call.
It is what you call a trend.
It is
when
a
you
trend.
See something like this over several states. When you compare this to 4 years ago, what does it look like?
Yeah, so let's take a look, and we're going to look at an average across these 3 states, right? Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, an average on October 11th. What do you see? Well, if you look 8 years ago, Hillary Clinton was way out in front in an average of these 3. She was up by 8. You go 4 years ago, Joe Biden was up by an average of 7 points across these 3 Great Lake battleground states. You come today, it's just a 1-point advantage for Kamala Harris across these 3 Great Lake battleground states. So Kamala Harris, at least in the polling, is doing considerably worse than Biden or Clinton. And of course, Clinton lost in all 3 of these states, and Joe Biden barely won in all 3 of these states. So when you see Harris up by just a point across these 3, I think that this is really the type of thing that gets Democrats really to worry, John, because the simple fact is Kamala Harris is doing considerably worse than either Biden or Clinton was.
Yeah, at this number, what you start hoping for is somehow that the polls
are actually right this time around?
Are right this time
Yeah.
and doing a better job. And that's a little bit of a thin reed to base your hope on. There may be some other reasons in general why Democrats are more worried.
Yeah, so I think it just comes down to the fact that Democrats are more worried about a...
It's so funny because, like, people go, oh, Kamala Harris is too progressive. That's what Americans think. That's why she needs to be even more conservative. And then she goes more conservative. And then the people are like, yeah, we hate this. Perhaps it's not a smart idea to go to the fucking middle when you popped off because you weren't Joe Biden. Perhaps it's a smart idea to not tell everyone over and over again how you're Joe Biden, but like even worse. Gaza is fucking Gaza. Say she needs to deal with Gaza. No, Gaza is a part of it for sure. For sure. But it's not the major component here. I think it's one of a multitude of different issues. I don't just talk about Gaza, contrary to what fucking dumbass naysayers of mine say all the time. Immigration, messaging around that issue is a massive problem. Domestic economic solutions. Kamala Harris's economic domestic agenda is dog shit. She does not address a litany of the million different problems that Americans are experiencing. There's some good policies there. She doesn't hammer on them enough. You cannot opportunity economy yourself out of this situation. You're fucking annoying. You are basically just trying to do the Trump strategy, but gay. It's not going to fucking work. Americans don't want a gayer Trump. Trump is already gay as fuck. He's the zesty king in a positive way. You're trying to be gay in a negative way. It's not going to work. The fuck do you mean opportunity economy? We're going to do $50,000 in tax cuts for small businesses. I love small businesses. I'm crying when I think about small businesses. Like, who the fuck is this for? Fuck. What is gay in a negative way? Like having sex with men, which should be illegal and also means you're going to go to hell. No, dude, you know what I fucking mean. I mean scoldy. Okay? Trump is gay in a positive way. He's zesty. He's funny. He's a queen. Trump is gay in a negative way. Annoying scold. You're being gay in a negative way right now by being like, what does being gay in a negative way mean? CNN's focused too much on the numbers without addressing why voters feel disconnected. Oh God, you don't want them to start chirping about why voters feel disconnected. This is a 9-minute video. Don't worry. They're going to do the panel. And in that panel, they're going to say voters are feeling disconnected. One, because Kamala's a black woman. And then they're going to say it's because she's not being moderate enough.
Donald Trump presidency than Trump supporters are about a Kamala Harris presidency. So angry if the opposing candidate wins. 52% of Harris voters say they'd be angry if Donald Trump won versus just 42% of Trump voters who say they'd be angry if Kamala Harris was. So I think this is more of a bigger, larger picture. It's not just that the polls are tightening. I think it's just that Democrats, John, are more worried in general about a Donald Trump presidency than the reverse in this particular situation.
Harry Etten, thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
Have a great weekend.
You as well.
Kate?
So Kamala Harris is continuing her campaign media blitz, taking part in a town hall hosted by Univision for undecided Hispanic voters. Listen.
When I am elected president, I will bring back that border security bill, and I will sign it into law and do the work of focusing on what we must.
Yeah, tell those goddamn Latiners what's what, okay? You put them in their fucking place, all right? You tell them, listen, abuela, going to fucking prison, big dog, okay? Uncle, you're going to fucking prison. You're going to a detention center. That's right, baby. That's right. Now, Univision is not a good place to fucking put forward a bold, declarative, radical, pro-immigrant agenda. Tio, yeah, Tio's going to fucking jail. Okay? Why the fuck would you do this on Univision? Because they're also fucking right-wing. And there's hella fucking right-wing Hispanics anyway. That part is also true. The issue is they're that way because the Democratic Party doesn't offer them shit. At least back in the day, they would get the progressive Latinos, younger Latinos, to be like, hey, listen, these guys are genuinely racist as fuck. Okay? It took very few years for the Latino base to be like, actually, we're also racist as fuck. Never mind. Aren't Hispanic conservatives going to vote Trump anyway if they care about immigration? Yes, they are. This is no different than Trump going to Detroit and telling them the U.S. will become a shithole like Detroit. Yeah.
Must do to have an orderly and humane pathway to earn citizenship for hardworking people. I think it is a false choice for people who would say you do one or the other. I believe we must do both. I believe we can do both.
Joining me right now is Gen Z activist, social media influencer, Carlos Eduardo Espina. He has 10 million followers on TikTok. I'm sure it's more than that if I check back. You can correct me, Carlos. And had also a speaking slot at the DNC, which is the last time that we spoke was right before you had your big moment on stage at the DNC. The New York Times headline on this event
I have no idea who this guy is. Do I know this guy? Who is this guy?
This town hall event with Univision was that it was Harris walks fine line on immigration at Univision town hall, which is what you really kind of saw in that moment, in that soundbite that we just played. But in your experience, in your view, in what you hear in your interactions with your followers, is walking a fine line the right thing to do you think?
Well, in my personal experience, I actually believe it's not. I think the Harris campaign needs to be a lot more on the forefront of proposing a different vision than Donald Trump on immigration. You see it yesterday in the town hall. Of the 10 questions, 3 of them were in one way or another related to immigration. You had the daughter who lost her mother, the guy who has friends who are on DACA, and then you had other issues on immigration, and they're all highlighting, right, the humane aspect of it. And I think that's something really important to lean on. And obviously border security is really important and it needs to be addressed, but I would like to see a lot more of the leaning into the humane side, you know, DACA recipients.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that he's saying this on CNN. That's good. Respect to Carlos Eduardo Espina. I've seen him on TikTok. I thought he was pretty left-leaning. He mostly makes videos in Spanish. That's probably why I don't know. He's a big immigrant civil rights activist. Oh, thank God. Oh, my God. When I saw, like, he's speaking at fucking DNC and shit, I was worried. I was like, oh, no. Is this, like, Enrique Sison? You know what I mean? Like, I was like, I thought it was going to be fucking the Latino version of the DNC bot. Thank God. No, you did not just. Okay, bro, chill. You know what I mean. You live in California. Why do people always say this shit? Yeah, I do. I live in literally the #1 undocumented immigrant state. It's fucking awesome. That's why it's gross when people will like yell about California doing this or that for undocumented immigrants. And it's like so frustrating. It's like, what the fuck do you mean, dude? This state is dope. Like, it's awesome. It's one of the objectively better parts of California. Oh, learn Spanish? Yeah, bro, it's too late. Too late, dog. I fucking already speak 2 languages, okay? I already speak 2 languages. Also, Mexicans are Turks, so maybe they should learn Turkish. Have you thought about that? That's right. Yeah, I hear you telling Mexicans to learn Turkish, and they're fucking Turkish themselves, okay? No habla español. You understand me? If I were to learn a language, instead of Spanish, it would be Mandarin.
Those who are married to U.S. citizens, those who have been here for decades, and really highlighting that contrast between Harris and Trump. And I think she's doing a good job at times, but I would like to see more of it, honestly.
That is interesting, because I was going to ask you, what you're getting at is, as it's been described, the shift that people have seen in Kamala Harris's position since she's gotten into the campaign. I mean, Harris is now pledging to impose even more restrictive immigration, asylum, and border policy.
Chato said Mexico was colonized by the Spanish, not the Turks. Okay. Who colonized the Spanish? Why is Mexican food so close to Turkish food? Fuck you mean, dog? Turks are Mexican. You can draw a straight line, dude. Yeah. Mexicans are Turk. Straight line, baby. Typical pro CCP channel. Ugh, disgusting.
Policies than we've seen really, before from Biden or that she's talked about before. And in doing so, she's gone from framing herself as an advocate for undocumented immigrants to kind of touting herself as
a white man who's been to both Mexico City and Mexico City of Turkey, Istanbul. It is very similar. Also, New York City is the Mexico City of America, for those who don't know. Yes.
talking a lot about being a former border prosecutor and how she's going to be stronger on the border.
Yo, this is actually not a bad fucking conversation. I'm shocked that CNN is doing this right now. And much respect to my boy here, my TikTok legend here. I'm sorry. Like I said, Harry Hasan has made me think that like everyone that's a TikToker is going to be a certain way. And I was a little wrong about that.
Than Donald Trump is. Do you think she's trying to win the middle? She's trying to not turn off, if you want to say, like, Republican voters on this issue, if I'm going to say with broad strokes. But do you think that hurts her?
I'm not necessarily sure if it hurts her. I'm not a pollster. I can tell you what I see day in and day out in the community. And when I meet people, I mean, every single day that I'm out, people recognize.
I'm going to get to your dumbass in a second. Bro, you really have Hispanic blind spots, though. It's a little odd, you being in L.A.
From social media, people comment on my videos. And it's very few of the people who are, you know, the forefront of immigration is the issue of the border for them. I mean, obviously people care about it. They're concerned about certain aspects, but I don't think they're concerned about it as much as they are, you know, an immigration status for their mother, like the lady we heard at the town hall yesterday, or for their spouses or for their children or whoever it may be that they really care about. And that's why I believe, you know, it is really important for the Harris campaign to lean more into that pro-immigrant, especially focusing on those who are already here. And you can do that without necessarily, and I think she recognized that, compromising border security and all that narrative around it. But yeah, I would like to see more of, you know, talking about those who have been here 10, 15, 20 years working, paying taxes, contributing. What is the plan to help them? And their families as well. I think that would really win her some points on people who maybe right now are undecided.
And what do you, and it might be hard to kind of encapsulate.
For the record, this chatter is most likely going to talk about how I say that a lot of Hispanic Americans now are comfortably under the white banner. That's the number one thing that first gen Latino chatters absolutely fucking despise whenever I bring up this fact. And they'll say, oh, well, the census data doesn't actually make room for people to identify as anything but white. And that's the reason why they're like white Hispanic. It's just, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, okay? It don't matter that you don't see it that way. I understand why you don't see it that way. You have a closer relationship with your own culture. No, I agree. I'm from Texas. I see that firsthand. Well, then what the fuck is my Hispanic blind spot then? Especially if you're a Texas, especially if you are a Hispanic person from Texas, then you know what I've been saying for the longest fucking time. The Democratic Party has completely dropped the ball on the Latino outreach in Texas. The Republicans, then you know what I've been saying for the longest fucking time. The Democratic Party has completely dropped the ball on the Latino outreach in Texas. The Republicans have basically nationalized their Latino outreach, all that they successfully did in Texas. You're from LA and you don't like tacos? Wait, that's it? No, man, I do like tacos. The fuck's wrong with you? I just prefer soft shell, non-corn tortilla. I prefer flour tortilla to corn tortilla. That's it. That's it. That's literally it. That's the only thing. I like flour tortillas. I don't like corn tortillas as much. No, I'm not even talking about hard shell, soft shell. That's my preference. That's just my preference. That's it. I like flour tortillas more. I'm not afraid to say it. Okay, I'm sorry. A taco and a flour tortilla is just a flauta. Okay, I like that. Whatever it is. To the average Mexican, that's worse than calling us slurs. I don't know, man. I just like I said, I just like flour tortillas better. Flour tortillas are better than corn, and I will fight for that. Thank you. But oh shit, it's Carter that's agreeing with me. God damn it. Okay, maybe it is a white take. You're right, though. Dems have dropped the ball with Latino outreach. There is a more holistic approach to the Latino outreach, too. because the Latino demographic, just like every other demographic, is also still American. Okay, they're not like different, they're not unique. And what I mean by that is, yeah, if you have less educated voters, specifically Latino men, yes, they're going to be fucking prime targets with the same vectors of radicalization as white undereducated men are. That's it. But beyond that, if you want to target demos on what they care about, Latino voters, with the exception of Cuban voters, okay, we're not talking about the Cuban voters, we're not talking about the Venezuelan voters, at least Venezuelan voters in the past, in Florida, with those two exceptions, Latino voters are almost universally pro bigger government initiatives. They like social safety nets. When they came to the United States of America, they took advantage of social safety nets for their children. Okay, they're natural born U.S. citizen children. They recognize that that shit works in comparison to their countries back home, and they like it, and they want more of it. And this is consistent across older Latino voters as well. The problem is the Democratic Party doesn't do that. They don't even do any sort of outreach on that front. There's a reason why fucking Bernie Sanders, T.O. Sanders, was so goddamn successful in the fucking Sunbelt in comparison to all these other Democrats in the primaries. Okay? It's because especially younger progressive Latinos come out in fucking droves when they believe that a guy has their back. Across the board, Latino voters, especially older ones, are more conservative socially, but they're still fiscally very progressive, with the exception of Cubans. Okay? So if you do not tackle, no, don't just say they have insecure toxic masculinity. That's such a fucking dumb take, dude. You should not ever in a million years even get to that conversation. Okay? I hate that shit. It's dumb. Yes, a lot of fucking men have insecure toxic masculinity. Who gives a fuck? You have to work against that. You have to make people overcome that toxic masculinity or insecurity by presenting things that actually solve some of their fucking problems. Okay? And if you don't do that, then yeah, culture war issues, Republicans are going to fucking ham that shit up and win. That's it. You don't know what you're talking about. Nothing wrong with white takes once in a while. You don't know what you're talking about? Okay. I'm just trolling. I know everyone that says that is just trolling usually.
Quickly, but what do you think is the top issue? Is it immigration, or maybe just beyond immigration, that you are hearing from your, more than 10 million followers?
The issue is Dems are trying to play the culture war game. Republicans are way better at that shit. Dog, Dems are playing the culture war game on the side of the Republicans. Of course the Republicans are going to win. That's the problem. Imagine going out on the basketball court and just starting to score on your own bucket. Like, you're like, oh yeah, why can't we win this game? I don't understand. Why can't we win? We just keep scoring over and over again. We're trying to demonstrate that we can score our own goal better than the opposite team can. Why are they winning?
Followers on TikTok, many of whom are.
I think the toxic masculinity is a legitimate issue when you're trying to convince these men to vote for a woman. No, that's loser shit. That is fucking loser shit, okay? What, you think white supremacy wasn't a fucking prominent role when getting white people to vote for Bardock No Bummer? His motherfucking middle name was Hussein, dog. What are you talking about? This dude's name was Barack Hussein Obama. Not a single part of that is understandable to the mind of the average American. Like, come on, guys. Post 9/11 America, a motherfucker with a middle name Hussein won the presidency twice, okay? What the fuck are we talking about? Also, oh, these men have toxic masculinity. Meanwhile, Mexico's got a fucking Jewish woman as the president that they elected by LeBron numbers. What are you talking about? What happened? All the fucking toxic masculine Latinos went over the border? Is that what happened? All the toxic Mexicans came to Texas and California. That's why. They do it differently in Mexico. Or maybe they liked AMLO's policies and they trusted Claudia would fucking continue said policies. Maybe policies do help. That's so funny, dude. Like, dude. A Jewish woman winning in Mexico is if we're just simply looking at demographics, supposed to be significantly harder than a black woman winning in America. What's up? In a fucking full tilt Catholic nation, nonetheless. Hassan is like okay, but generally the toxic masculinity and violence towards women is so terrifying here. Hassan is like domestic violence, not political violence. What? Dude, I'm not saying toxic masculinity doesn't exist. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? You just want to hear what you want to hear at this point. Okay? Shut the fuck up. This shit is so goddamn annoying. I get it, but it's a valid point. No, it's a valid point if you're a fucking loser. Okay? It's a valid point if you want to fucking figure out, if you feel in your heart that Kamala Harris is slated to lose and now you're looking for a loser narrative. People only care about, at the end of the day, people think about, what are you going to do for me? That's it. And yes, if Kamala Harris doesn't make up the what are you going to do for me part, then yeah, people are going to be like, well, she's a black woman, she's too liberal for me, and not vote for her. That's it. Kamala Harris cannot become a man, okay? It's not going to happen. She's a black woman. That's not going to change. So work within the confines of the limitations set before you in a hysterically patriarchal and white supremacist society, unless she gets one of those bottom surgeries that she's been offering the undocumented migrants. Kamala Harris wants to do transgender surgeries to undocumented migrants. Banger ad, by the way. I can't believe it, dude. What a fucking joke of a country we are. I swear to God. It's so fucking stupid. It's like transgender aliens. Oh, man. Common folk don't want your wokeness. We don't want your indoctrination. And we don't want the government in our personal lives. And that's precisely why I'm voting for the Republican Party, because I think women that do a medical procedure with a doctor should be killed. Should be jailed instantly. Okay? That's right. If you're a victim of rape, you should not be able to get an abortion. Damn right, brother. I love little government, as little as possible. So little that it sneaks up into the room with a normal conversation with a medical provider. I want that little, like a fly on the wall. But then it becomes a big government when I feel like it. Yeah. I love little government. That's why I think there should be a PE teacher that checks the penises of every girl, all the way from kindergarten to high school, to make sure that there's no trans teenagers doing gender games in my high school swim meets. As a matter of fact, I'd like to be that person that checks the genitals of all the children. Okay, please do not look at my criminal background. You might find something you don't like there, and that's not why I'm saying that. Okay, I'm a changed man. Yeah, I love little government. I hate the nanny state. Thanks, man. Common folk don't want your gender nonsense. Starting to sound like Alex Jones? Well, if you say that while I'm talking about the average Republican Party position, while I'm demonstrating the inconsistencies of that narrative, then yeah, you're not wrong. The average Republican has become the Alex Jonesian type of Republican. And not the cool Alex Jones like George Bush did 9/11 Alex Jones. I'm talking new Alex Jones. Yeah. What do you have to say to that, chatter? The right doesn't want your wokeness, doesn't want your indoctrination, and doesn't want to be dependent on the government. Yes, my father's on disability, okay, but he's white. When I say we don't want no government, I'm talking about we don't want no government. I'm talking about not the type of government dependence that my pappy's on, okay? I'm talking about black people being on the government dole. U.S. energy security and sovereignty is being sacrificed to the climate agenda and world governments. Yeah, that's right. Which is why I love the current order of business. The American oil industry that relies on unlimited dollars going to them to make up for that shortfall. And then they turn around and say, fuck you, old man. We are beholden to our shareholders and no one else. That's the kind of energy independence I'm in it for. That's right. I'm a free thinker, brother. And that's precisely why I'm basically churning out the diluted version of 35 years of oil and gas industry lobbying talking points in here. That's how much of a free thinker I am. The middle class is being flattened as Vanguard and BlackRock sweep properties. which is why I'm voting for a real estate developer. Hell yeah, brother. The more you talk about how much of a free thinker you are, the more I'm assured that you are not just repeating stuff that you don't fully understand that you saw off of a goddamn TikTok. Hell yeah, baby. Nobody wants that wokeness. Vanguard Inc. is the only Vanguard movie the American hawk can get behind. Yeah, wait till you find out who owns Vanguard. You have more of a piece in that puzzle than you think. Our elites have sold us out to China's New World Order decades ago. Yup, and it's going to be a brand new day tomorrow when President Xi Jinping, General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, comes kicking down our door and forcing us to do 15-minute cities and reasonable public transit. Brother, I'm going to hate that, okay? I'm going to hate that so hard. I hate it. Admit it, you paid this dude? No, this is just an average Republican guy. Actually, this guy might be memeing because he is like, he's too good at churning out the talking points. It does come across as like too coherent while still being utterly brain dead. You know what I mean? Our elites have sold us. RFK is the only one to point to the lobbyists that keep us sick and dead. Hell yeah, brother. I love RFK Jr. He's my favorite. Let's continue with this. I'll get back to you in a second.
Yeah, well, obviously immigration is a big topic, but there's more to it. There's the economy, there's democracy. There's a lot of different aspects, and I think the biggest thing I've noticed is a lot of people are voting this time around, not so much based on policy, but more on personality. And the more they get to meet Kamala Harris, the more they understand, that she's a human. She's compassionate. I think that's why that town hall yesterday was really passionate. You are really important. You would never see, I think, Donald Trump give such a compassionate answer or really understand people's suffering. So I think, one of the big skepticism right now is people just don't know enough about her. So doing these kind of events, appearing more, on Univision, Telemundo, on other platforms where Spanish speakers and Latinos in general are, I think can really help, break that divide that people right now feel like they don't know who they are and they do know who Trump is. And for some reason, a lot of people seem to be attracted to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, she has less support among Latino voters in recent polling than Biden had 4 years ago. How that is going to pan out come exit polls this time around, we'll see together. It's good to see you,
he
Carlos.
did speak at the DNC. I think his heart is in the right place, but he's still doing talking points. Where was that chatter said that they were going to be on Univision? Did the hog come back with anything?
Again, thank you for coming in.
Our new Wall Street Journal poll.
I think he just got confused maybe when I put the Trump hat on.
Surveyed the 7 battleground states, the states that are going to decide this election. We find Harris leading in 4 of these 7 states and Trump leading in 3 of them.
Oh yeah, his last bar was RFK's the only one to point to the lobbyists that keep us sick and dead. That's right. I love me a guy who is a Democrat on all the policy white papers, with the exception of Israel, or no, actually, with the exception of Ukraine. He's the same on Israel as the most aggressive Zionist Democrat out there. The only thing he hates is Ukraine and medicine, modern medicine. That's why I'm really pushing for RFK to shake things up.
But the word lead has to be used loosely because these states are very close. The lead that one candidate or the other has is well within the margin of error. And the mystery is this. When we ask people which issues they care about, which issues are going to be most important to them when they vote, we find Donald Trump by far is viewed as better.
The monopolies of corporate industry poison our food and control the FDA. Okay, I don't know how else to tackle this, okay? You have bested me, my good sir. I'm bored now. So you've officially won this argument. Dog, you hate corporations. You should be on my side. I'm not pro Kamala Harris, but I'm definitely anti-Trump. How the fuck do you arrive at this insane inconsistency? You're like, I hate the monopolies of corporate industry that poison our food and control the FDA. You're talking about the revolving door between corporate entities and the regulatory agencies, but you're simultaneously voting for more deregulation of said agencies. What you should be actually fucking pushing for is better control over these agencies. What you should be pushing for is competency in these agencies, an anti-corruption candidate. America's become such a fucking like post not revolutionary, what's the word? America's become such a banana republic, like a post global south, post American intervention country, that we can actually now run like a anti-corruption candidate in the similar vein that like you see in Latin American countries, like I think genuinely like someone running an anti-corruption candidate might actually genuinely unite this country. Like instead of talking about like I don't know, instead of talking about fucking all this shit that they're talking about, they should just literally do that. They'd be like, I'm an anti-corruption candidate. I guess Trump did do that. He said drain the swamp. That's what he was talking about.
At handling those issues. Those are the economy and border security and immigration. And yet, those advantages aren't translating to a big lead in a contest against Kamala Harris. And on some facets of our economic lives, like healthcare, the edge goes to Kamala Harris. When we ask about, does this candidate care about people like you, Kamala Harris has a narrow lead. Who has a leadership experience needed for the job? Donald Trump has the edge. But voters also say that.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Has the experience needed to lead? This guy was a fucking baboon as president. Like he never had a single fucking moment where he demonstrated basic, bare minimum competency in the presidential role. God, these people are so stupid. It's too extreme.
That Trump, more than Harris, is the candidate who is too extreme. That suggests that people see either.
I think too extreme is a far better signifier of like how Americans broadly see either of these candidates than too liberal. Okay? I will say that. Because like, remember, people don't think Trump is too conservative in the polls. Okay? And to a certain degree, that's right. Because like, he was the Heritage Foundation president, right? What's extreme about it is the way that he presents his ideas and also how far he goes in pushing them.
His policy choices, say on abortion, as out of the mainstream, or his general style and approach, his persona, as too extreme. It's been a crazy, chaotic political year. We've had a change at the top of the Democratic ticket. There were 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump. There's been millions of dollars in advertising and some bitter political rhetoric here. This has all had the effect of pushing Americans into their partisan corners. Across these 7 states, we find that Donald Trump is holding 93% of Republican voters and Kamala Harris is holding 93% of Democratic voters. There are very few people defecting from the party that they align with. One thing we find when we compare this poll to the last time we tested the swing states, when President Biden was at the top of the ticket, Trump had a narrow lead. What's important, though, is how much ground Kamala Harris has made up. She's gained in Arizona, in North Carolina, in Georgia. This means that she has more routes to victory in the Electoral College than Joe Biden did. She's competitive in all 7 states, including these Sun Belt states that look to be slipping out of reach for.
That's why I'm still riding in Biden, by the way, because if I vote for him, he will win. And that was the message that stuck with me.
Democratic Party. But overall, this is a highly polarized partisan electorate, and people are in their partisan corners.
People don't have that access to the wealth that is necessary for them to.
Okay, we're skipping the fucking Univision. How is Trump winning? Oh, this is how you know we're back in 2016, baby. We got these like documentary style videos coming in from the British. The British are coming. They're going to do documentaries on American animals.
Democrats' big, beautiful blue wall might be crumbling. Axios out with a new piece on how Kamala's electoral college firewall is slipping away. It says, quote, top Democratic politicians and operatives tell us the vital states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are getting tougher for Vice President Harris and the party's Senate candidates. Democrats also say that Kamala's media blitz was a dud. Turns out chugging brews with Colbert and helping Howard Stern cope with his Trump derangement syndrome didn't help move the needle. And even the Democrats' hype man, James Carville, is sounding worried. Listen.
Only thing I feel is the election's coming November 5th. And I'm scared to death, and I'll get a time to, obviously.
You're not in a reflective mood.
Not in a particular reflective mood right now. I'm very, very concerned and very
What is Harris?
I hate this ugly piece of shit, dude. Why the fuck do they trot this demon around still, dude? I don't understand it. I just don't get it. He offers no good takes. Like, he just sucks. He sucks so much. Like, isn't James Carville's most notable position, aside from recently writing an article about how he can't fuck his students because of woke, is that he literally slut-shamed Bill Clinton's victims? Like, that was his technique, his incredible technique of silencing the people that were speaking out against Bill Clinton. What did he say? He said something like, I could get $20 bill and get a bunch of trailer. Go to a trailer park with a $20 bill and bring a bunch of prostitutes to say they did this and that to Bill Clinton. It don't matter. Yeah, that's right. I'm a Louisiana Democrat. That's why I'm a unique individual. Drag $100 to a trailer park and there's no telling what you'll find. Been seeing liberal family members commenting how they loved Liz Cheney inclusion and hope she's on the Kamala cabinet. Lamau. See, that's what that was for. That's who that was for. People that were already voting for Kamala Harris.
Need to do with the month left?
They need to be sharp. They need to be aggressive. They need to stop answering questions and start asking questions.
I'd like to see her do more press conferences.
I'd like her to put more things in play.
All right. I want to go to Jessica first because it seems like this is an emotional issue for you. But I'm going to go to Greg instead. Greg, I want you to just ponder everything you just heard, Jessica. How concerned are the Democrats really, or is this just typical Democrats freaking out?
I do think that you're seeing evidence of the media slowly turning on Harris because not of her.
What is that fit, my boy? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? I mean, that's unacceptable, okay?
Her politics or her lack of policies, it's that she appears to be losing. So it's like, that's a different kind of political analysis. It's not like they're equally critical of Trump and Harris. When they criticize Trump, it's because they want him to lose. When they criticize Harris, it's because she's losing. They don't want it. It's weird, though. You aren't seeing Republicans becoming Democrats, but you're seeing a lot of the reverse, Hispanics, blacks, young people, and it's because they realize they've been lied to. So
Hasan, I love you, homie, but glass houses, you're running on the old me, okay? Don't get duped by the old school agenda of Hasan doesn't fucking blast fits. I have had 0 misses, maybe a couple near misses, but I've had 0 misses on the fit game, on the John game in the past year and a half. Okay? Straight up. No, don't fucking say copium. Don't fucking say copium. You know it's true. You know it's fucking true. Y'all are sad, okay? Y'all are sad and sorry. Chad is always your biggest haters. Yes. Some of your fits are atrocious. Point to one, motherfucker. You wear the same outfit? Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was a problem to put that shit on consistently. No. Stop tilting. I'm not. But I will stand on business. I will 100% defend the truth. I've been putting that shit on. Tank top merchant? Sure. I mean, this is a fit. What do you mean? People talk about like, oh, I got this piece, that piece. This is archive Yoji Yamamoto. This is fucking archive Maison Margiela's, okay? This right here, that's a pivotal part of the fit, okay? Are you kidding me? I spent more money on this shit and more fucking time and effort on this shit than copping a unique archive piece. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking rock it. Mid 24/7 tank top is not a fit. I literally had to take off the actual sick shirt that I had on specifically because I almost died because I sneezed so hard I almost had a cramp. Not almost, I had a cramp that almost killed me. Let's continue.
So much about bigger issues. They've been manipulated, whether it was Russian collusion, Fine People hoax, drinking bleach, Hunter's laptop. I think they realized that their side, and they're going to find out everybody lies. But right now,
this was a bad fit. Okay, see? Desperate. You're desperate. You're desperate. You're reaching. You're reaching.
Now they are finding out that their side lies. Pretty soon, that's the first level of awareness. And then
your tastes are discarded because you cannot appreciate Greg Buttfeld auditioning for president of Iran. Okay, that is the staple Ahmadinejad. He's got the look of a reformist. He's got the look of a reformist who will be quietly cast aside by the Ayatollah. Oh, it's good.
Then when you get out of there, you're going to see, wow, everybody lies about everything, and then you're going to be free. That's a true based red pill. But if you look at what the Democrats focus on, it's removed from real life. You know, parents concerned about trans activism, they always side with the activists. They're concerned about men identifying.
Atrocious fit? What? How is that a horrendous fit? This is a horrendous fit. Okay, that's from 2018, dog. Get the fuck out of here. This is not a fucking horrendous fit at all. What are you talking about? Ain't no way you're telling me this is a good dude, come on, brother. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to get me fucking banned? What's wrong with you? Why are you sending me that? Jesus Christ. I gotta stop clicking on fucking dummies in the chat. It's because you tucked in the shirt? Yeah, you gotta tuck it in.
Identifying as women in women's sports, they side with the perverted grifters. When citizens are concerned about gas and food prices, they say it doesn't exist. Remember that? They said there's no inflation. And when they're concerned about crime, they say it's going down. So if you look at the two parties, you have one that is living in some fantasy land and another one that is almost obsessed with reality. To a fault. Republicans are obsessed with reality, crime, immigration, inflation.
Dog, what are you talking about? It is just the opposite of what he's saying.
That's as real as life gets.
Dana, the polling numbers are still tight. They've been tight. I've still been confident for quite some time. All of a sudden, the Democrats don't seem confident. What has changed?
I think they're all saying the same things we're seeing, which is that the momentum is going in Trump's favor. And part of the reason is because Kamala Harris's media tour is having the inverse effect of what they wanted. The more people see her, the more they're thinking, wait, I don't think I can do this. The numbers are what they are. And for a long time, I've believed that whoever this race ends up being about is the one that's going to lose. Because people know who Trump is. They might not like him, but they know his record, and they might think that, well, at least things were better back then. And if this is my choice, and I don't know her, but what I see of her, I'm not confident in, they won't have it. But it's not just the poll numbers. This was an astounding thing I noticed today in all of my reading that I did today. Do you know how many Democrats are out there saying all these things she needs to do? Here's a small list. I just did this off the top of my head. They say she needs to have another debate. That's not happening. She needs to do more interviews. That's not happening. One said she needs an energy plan. One said she should do more town halls. I know she's got one or two, whatever. They said she needs to have an event specifically for black men. Then she needs to have an event specifically for Latino men. And then she needs to be more interactive on the ground with the voters. And she needs to do more fundraising and on and on. And every article I'm reading, that's all the things that she should do that she can't do. It's like when Harold would sit here and say, Joe Biden should come out and say this, or he should do this. And I'm like, Harold, that's not happening.
Yeah, screw Harold.
This is like three.
In your face.
It's three. Yeah, in your face, Harold. You're not even here. There's 3 weeks left of the campaign. Yeah. When do they think she's going to do this? And I think all of them are doing this right now to be on record as saying, I told you.
Yes.
Yep. Right? Charles Blow, for example, in the New York Times today saying these are all the things she needs to do. She's not going to do those.
Right. Jay Mart also in the New York Times, Dana.
Oh, my gosh. There was a whole... No, it's... Political magazine.
Same thing.
No, well,
no, it's not.
It's so close.
But I read the whole thing of all the things that she should do, and that's to get on record because they think she's going to lose right now.
So, Judge, when the Democrats are giving advice to the top...
Let Jessica speak, bro. She's back. I need my queen to restore faith in democracy. I need my queen, Jessica Tarkov, to come in and start swinging at motherfuckers. I need her to come in. And I need her to defend the Democratic Party's chances, okay? I need this.
Democrat, that's when you know they're losing.
Well, think about it. She made history by raising $1 billion in 80 days for a presidential candidate. That's unbelievable. And that's going to dampen the fundraising, okay? And I understand that it's so close in Pennsylvania that she's going to spend $350 million on ads in Pennsylvania. But here's the thing. We talk about there's supposed to be that beautiful blue wall. Kamala was supposed to be the surefire winner, but we weren't supposed to know that she couldn't speak or she couldn't respond or she couldn't do an interview. We weren't supposed to know that because Donald Trump was supposed to be in jail or worse.
Or worse.
And that was the thinking. We were never supposed to know how inept she is at all of this, whether it's signifying or conveying a sense of empathy. Now, also, this whole idea she takes for granted the blacks and the minorities as well as the blue-collar worker. And with the realignment of this group with Republicans, because the Republicans are now the party of the working class, they're not trusting her. She's the one who said the border was secure. She's the one who told them that there's really no inflation. And finally, this whole idea, she's trying to get men back by saying that Emhoff and Waltz, that's true masculinity. I dare you to take a poll and put together Donald Trump and J.D. Vance against Emhoff and Waltz and ask who's going to win in terms of masculinity. They even have to redefine it. Americans aren't feeling it.
I don't think you want that competition. He has beautiful eyelashes, but J.D. Vance looks like he's wearing eyeliner most of the time.
But he's not.
How dare you? I know, and maybe the couch story was real.
And you know what? Waltz said he was carried weapons of war. He was in Bagram. You want to talk about it?
Donald Trump of working class fame on his golden toilet. Let's not do this again. So you are correct.
Get him! Shred queen. Golden toilet. Oh, my God. My queen, she's back. They silenced her for far too long. They were worried about the smoke that she brought.
Back to the premise of your question, Jesse. We like being scared. We run better when we're scared. This is our comfort state. And I'm thankful to be in this position versus your red wave vibe that you had before it all came crashing
Would
down.
you rather be Donald Trump right now, or would you rather be Kamala Harris?
I would never rather be
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, God.
Would you rather be Donald Trump right now, or would you rather be Kamala Harris?
Rather be
You know what
Donald
I'm
Trump.
talking about. In this position, would you rather be Trump or her?
The reason that I would rather be Kamala Harris is that he has to depend on low propensity voters to show up, and she has to depend on high propensity voters to show up. She has to convert people to voting for her. She has to get those moderate Republicans. But Donald Trump needs to be on the Joe Rogan.
Yeah, okay, I'm out. Okay, that's the extent of my defense for Jessica here. Like, technically she's right, but that, I think, is a devastating gamble for Jessica. Was simping on the timeline. Love my husband, but damn. Okay, Jessica. Okay, Jess. Okay. Husband's in the cuck chair today.
Rogan circuit or the Andrew Schultz circuit to get people who don't typically show. And that's a steeper challenge. That's my honest answer. I think you like it. You're making the good face.
I just can't argue with it because I don't want to.
Okay, great. So
I'll handle it.
Okay, so for all
Greg,
of
will you
the...
take this one for me?
Why does the Fox News team have her on? Are you kidding me? That's the 5. It's good. You got to have, guys, a lot of you are too young to know what Hannity and Combs was, okay? Sean Hannity, before he had the Hannity Report or whatever the fuck his show is called, I can't believe I don't know the name of it. I watch it all the time. Used to have Alan Combs as his partner. Alan Combs was the liberal that would get ritualistically humiliated on that show. Was it Crossfire? I think no, Crossfire was Tucker Carlson. That's different. So Hannity and Combs had the show. Sean Hannity was so insane on the show, he gave Alan Combs cancer. Okay? And Alan Combs died of cancer because of what he had to put up with, I suspect, at Fox News. Okay? But Fox News has always had the liberal guy that they slam. With Jessica, I think she holds strong. She's not just like the person that they bully and yell at, like she fights back. So can't handle the truth. I've given straight saucy truth. Look at what I commented. Oh, he's back. Okay, he's definitely just looking for attention. Independence of the smartest. Perfect government, social utopia cannot exist because we don't live in a perfect world. Maybe there's all problems in the world that someone like Messiah, Antichrist can come and solve all the problems. Okay, this guy definitely is not like a real, yeah, he said saucy truth. Like, he's just LARPing. Fuck you, dude. Why'd you have to ruin the fucking meta? Okay, next time, if you want me to actually believe that you're like kind of like that, you have to do way more typos. You can't be as coherent. And you can't say stuff like, I'm giving you the saucy truth, liberals. You ruined the immersion.
She's wearing me down.
For all of the good news that there has been for Trump, and it definitely has felt like a vibe shift this week, he still only gained 0.3 points in the polls, and Nate Silver was tweeting about that today. And there were some really interesting things in the New York Times Siena poll. So not only was she up 4 points, and that had been one of her worst polls, but now abortion is in the top 3 issues. And we know if abortion is in the top 3 issues, that favors Democrats. They also found that Kamala has support from 93% of Democrats, but Donald Trump only has support from 80% of Republicans. And
but there's more Republicans than Democrats.
Okay, but actually,
I didn't hear what you said, Dana.
She said there are more Republicans than Democrats, and we can talk about that, but it doesn't mean they're necessarily being affiliated, doesn't mean that you're going to vote that way. And Blueprint had a new survey out where they found that 36% of Nikki Haley's vote.
I think there's been more new Republican voters, like new registered Republicans are in larger numbers in swing states, but that's it. The media says the Dem strategy is a winning one. They did. Now they're saying, oops, maybe it's not a winning strategy. Republicans ain't winning popular general elections in decades. Yeah, that might change, man. Never know. If Dems keep lasering on this like mythical Republican moderate guy, you never know. Listen, you look at the education gap amongst men and women, and you recognize a problem there. If attaining a higher degree increases your likelihood of being a Democrat over a Republican, and more people are not doing that, that's a problem for the Democratic Party. Anyway,
voters are going to back Harris. Only 49% of the Republican Haley voters are going to back Trump, down from 64% in 2020.
A lot of numbers, Jessica. A lot of numbers.
Yeah, that's how elections
There might
work.
be a shy.
Wait, dude, come on. God, Jesse, you're such a fucking ginormous idiot, dude. A lot of numbers. Oh, I can't believe you're bringing up polling data. I don't like numbers. God, you're such a fucking freak.
Kamala vote.
Like, he's just given up. He knows he can't. He doesn't have a counter, so he's just like, oh, well, that's boring.
There might be, or a loud one. And like in Wisconsin, where she appeared with Liz Cheney, the biggest group of undecided voters are moderate and Republican-leaning undecideds. And so you bring Liz Cheney out there, the Adam Kinzingers of the world.
Yeah, this is a failure of this is a failing policy that she is defending here, for the record. That's why they're laughing at her.
Is he going to cry? Is he going to cry if she doesn't win?
If she's depending on Cheney and Kinzinger, I think this thing's, what's his name? I'm sorry.
Kinzinger.
You're not sorry.
Kinzinger.
No, both of you are wrong.
It's a hard name to pronounce.
It is not.
Kinzinger.
And it's Jonathan Martin, not Jay Hart.
Not Gar.
Who cares?
Yeah,
no one cares about him.
I'm sorry.
That's your favorite thing to say.
I'm not sorry.
It's true, though.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's that?
Jessica, okay, we gave you your time. Please, let's sell some ads. Ahead, Dougie Dine and Dash. Tim Walz and Doug Emhoff grab coffee and walk away without paying. Click here.
That's awesome. That's what they're covering. That's so sick. Oh my God. Oh, it's so much fun. Hello? Doors open. Why does she even do this? She's actively harming the Democrat reputation. I'm a simple man. I see Jessica on the clip. I leave. I'm a retired lineman talking to my local union and other unions around the states. I'd say more than 3/4 of us are voting for Trump. For Trump, let the lineman stay in his hotels for free in Florida is the talk all over town right now. The fact that Carville wants Harris Walls not to answer questions speaks volumes. Jessica is blind. There's a silent group for Trump, not for Harris. Can't stand Jessica. She's so freaking blind. Get her off. Oh, that's great. Jessica calls it a vibe rising for Trump. I call it common sense. Americans are tired of inflation and wars. Go figure. Jessica just moved to the View already. She'll fit right in with the cackling hands complaining about Trump for an hour. Donald Trump is about to experience the greatest voter turnout in U.S. history. Note to self, from now on, if Jessica is at the table, skip the whole video. Wow, she's attacking JD because of his eyelashes. Jealous she is. No one wants to hear from Jessica. It's a choice. America or socialism. Vote Republicans, not communism. Communism. I don't understand why people say they don't like President Trump. I really like President Trump. Tarlov is insufferable. Judge J takes no prisoners. Here come the judge. Here come the judge. Vote the right way. U.S. Trump, U.S. When Jessica totally run out of any excuses, she used personal attack. How low? Oh, that's great. Former President Donald Trump provided 275 linemen from the Florida Power and Light Company with rooms at no cost at the Trump National Doral in Miami, Florida, ahead of Hurricane Milton. Jessica, give it up. Why do you only use Southern accent for people with conservative opinions? It's honestly harmful stereotype and implies that anyone with a different opinion from you is uneducated, especially because you just talk normally with anyone with left-wing opinions. You're just trying to make people with different opinions sound stupid when they're not wrong. What? I really hope that there was a top of the hour ad break debate in there. Let's watch the coffee. I think it's when President Trump visits a restaurant, he pays for everyone. Yeah. That's socialism, baby. Running 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour and expecting others to foot the bill by subscribing. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
I'll wait for your tea. I feel like swearing.
It kills me that those are probably just Chatter's dads in the YouTube comments going off. They're brave American patriots defending the American heartland.
Thank you so much. And someone will be up here today. Okay. Right? No, please come. Thank you so much.
Wait, so I'm confused. So someone else paid, like, from the team. Like, they didn't even, like, clip chimp it. This has 79,000 likes. Dude, do Republicans just, like, do they not respond to visual stimuli anymore? They just, like it's a 28-second clip. What? This doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand it. Like, I truly don't understand. They do this with me too sometimes, where they'll literally be like, they'll try to clip chimp me, but then fail to clip chimp me. And then they'll show the full context, and people will still respond to not what I'm saying, but what they think I'm saying. And it's just like, dude, you didn't even watch the clip. Like, how am I expected to have a conversation with you? Please watch.
I snap my fingers. You forget that you were ever gay.
Never gay.
Exactly.
Wait, no, stop.
Yes.
No, stop. You can't. I was never gay.
Okay.
No, I was never gay.
Sure.
You can't just state something, then snap your fingers, and then be like, I was never gay.
You say so.
If.
That was good. Yeah, I'm convinced he did that. He really did that shit, bro. Vice President Kamala Harris on Howard Stern. We're definitely not watching it. Oh, Cybertruck shit.
The big announcement.
Tesla did their big announcement last night. Revolutionary stuff. It's called Waymo, but weirder. It's called Waymo, but shittier. And also Waymo Bus. And also Boston Dynamics robot, but with a Tesla reskin. Revolutionary stuff, folks. Tesla stock to the moon.
Announcement from Elon Musk. Will it change the rules of the road?
A digital dance-off last night, a much-hyped event staged by Tesla focused on driverless vehicles. Elon Musk entering in the back of the company's new Cybercab, navigating an obstacle course simulating road conditions. Musk says his 2-seat Cybercab is designed to be...
It's funny because, like, I trust Elon Musk even less than Waymo, and I do not trust Waymo, okay? I'm a bit of a fucking Luddite with, like, autonomous driverless cars. I don't like it. I hate it. I think it's freaky. I'm sorry, I'm sure the next generation will be way more open-minded to that sort of thing. I don't like it personally. But having said that, yeah, I want to burn it with fire. Like, if you don't ask me about autonomous driving, okay? Driverless vehicles, if you ask me, I'm going to tell you, burn it with fire, okay? Get that shit away from me. When I see it on the road, I'm like, fuck you, okay? That is a death trap. How the fuck have we decided that these fucking death traps can just operate in public like that? Who said yes to this? I feel like there should have been a vote. Like, I cannot believe that we just never voted on this and we just have it now. Like, that's not just putting the person consenting to be in this car's life at risk. That's putting me at risk. How the fuck is that possible? Anyway, I really don't like it. I don't like it at all. What is this? Hey, did you get a payout from the Democratic Defense Action Fund from the FEC? I've seen Harry Sasan got a little payout. I'm sure you have as well. Well, why don't you ask yourself this question? FEC payments are public knowledge. If you've been able to find out that Harry Sasan has been able to get a payout, why don't you just search my name to see if I've gotten a payout as well? Like, why don't you just look for it and then come back? He's like, I looked for it. I didn't find it, but I'm still going to believe that you got it because I can just ask. Okay, if you think I'm secretly a paid Democratic Party operative, why would I be honest with you? You already suspect me of getting paid. Why would I, let's say I have. Why would I tell you that, you fucking idiot? Go Google it. Good point. What? Yeah. The Democratic Party paid me so I can shit on them every day. Literally every single day. Oh my God. That kind of answered my question. No, it didn't. It really didn't. I promise you it didn't. The only question that, I mean, you probably have a lot of questions if we're being real. The only thing I answered is telling you you're stupid for even asking me. You're pretty bad at convincing people to vote Democrat. I know. Wait, what? Is he spamming it again? What happened? Or did he get banned?
Be fully autonomous with a sticker price under $30,000.
There's no steering wheel or pedals.
No, they did self-promotion.
So I hope this goes well.
Musk also unveiling the Tesla Robo-Van he says can transport up to 20 people and ship goods. And then, straight out of the Jetsons, a fleet of humanoid robots marching out to the crowd, Musk calling them Optimus.
Optimus is not a canned video. It's not walled off. The Optimus robots will walk among you.
Musk claims robots will cost $20,000 to $30,000 and help perform household chores. The event was big on promises, but short on details.
Comes back to hand.
So every other Tesla event that he's ever done, at least this time, he didn't have humans wearing the robot suit and dancing. Dude, he's not even trying, dude. He's just... Oh, he did? He did it again? He did it last time. Oh, the robots were manually operated? Cybercab will cost around $30,000. We'll have robotic cleaning and wireless charging. We'll be able to make money for people on its own. In production before 2027. Cap. Optimus robot will cost around 20 grand and 30. Will be used to complete tasks and chores. Can talk like humans and move like humans. Expected to be ready by 2025. Yeah, nope. Robo van, autonomous bus, can transport up to 20 people. Can also be used to transport goods. No current timeline.
Join the party.
What do you think of the new Cybercab?
Cybercab looks amazing.
I know.
I'm trying to get a ride.
Dude, me too. What do you think of the new Cybercab?
It's so funny that Elon is like 2026, maybe 2027, pending regulatory approval and only in parts of California and Texas. So literally 5 years behind Waymo. I've taken dozens of Waymo rides with literally no one in the driver's seat. You can go to San Francisco and LA right now and literally take one, and the markets aren't buying Elon's bullshit anymore. Okay, first of all, I still do not trust Waymo. I don't give a fuck that it's like everyone says it's safe. I just don't care. It's good. Yeah, I know. Sure. Okay, have fun. A Waymo crashed into a bus a couple days ago in front of a Y Combinator party.
El retreat de Y Combinator. Entonces es un montón de founders que están viendo qué hacer con el Waymo.
Party, yeah.
Lo irónico es que venimos de una conferencia de hablar de que la inteligencia artificial es el futuro.
Top German neo-Nazi plummets 200 feet to his death while hiking on Hitler's favorite mountain. Yo, what the fuck? That's awesome. Bro, Germany has neo-Nazi rankings, dude. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. They're just out with it. Like, Tesla fanboys are some of the fucking easiest. Like, they are so easily duped, brother. They are so unimaginably easily duped. These guys are, oh God, suckers, man. Just rubes, marks. Ay, ay, ay. Stock is down 10%, Lamau. Elon Musk coming up with Optimus. What if your Roomba could knock over more things? This is just an over-engineered Iron Mouse setup for streamer events? Yes. Except that would be cool. This, on the other hand, is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. The funniest thing about Elon Musk being a comm man is that he can always be like, Megaphonics in my whispers asking me untimed out for spamming. Should I do it? Why, what did he spam? Depends. Fango lives. Where are you? Waymo's mostly good. Waymo's mostly good. I've been in a couple sus situations. Okay, I'm going to untime him out. Dog, Megaphonics, what the fuck are you saying? Most normal Waymo user. Yeah, I like to gamble with my life in a fucking death machine. I just don't trust Elon Musk at all. I do not trust him. Even a little bit. So I definitely, like, I would much rather, if I had the option, okay, if I had to choose between Waymo or fucking Elon Musk's product, I would choose Waymo. And I don't even want to choose that. Okay. Have you ever been in a sus Uber situation? Yeah, because a human being is unreliable, but it's still a fucking human being. I think it's very different when it's a robot that is supposed to be perfect. Ay.
Yeah. Nice area. Where do you live? Beautiful. There is. Where do you live?
I live in Palo Alto at the current moment.
Figures. Yeah, this is awesome.
That's where they train us.
That's so funny. This guy is so ill-equipped to carry on a conversation. He's failing with a dude who is on the other side of the walkie-talkie of the robot. Like, he's just, oh wow, where are you from? Oh, that's great.
That's where we get our bills, and that's where we work with a wonderful group of people.
What's the hardest thing about being a robot?
Trying to
He's like, I don't know, man. They don't pay me enough to fucking fake this shit.
learn how to be as human as you guys are. And I try harder to do every day, and I hope that help us become that way.
Well, awesome. Nice to meet you, Optimus.
You as well.
I hope you know that TOSV and whole Mars blog are the top of the leaderboard on Elon bootlickers, like the most bootlicky Elon rider, and these guys would ride those people. No way this guy doesn't think it's really a robot. This guy really thinks it's a robot. He does. That's how stupid he is, bro. I need you to understand something. They're at the fucking Elon Tesla event. Of course they're that stupid. Like, if there are a group of people that are so dumb that they would be convinced by this thing being real, by the same guy who last time around just had a human being in a robot suit, by the way. The faster you figure out that every single person in that room is a ginormous dumbass, the easier it is for you to comprehend what's going on in front of you.
Hey, thanks, man.
Bro.
Appreciate it.
Of course, anytime.
All
right.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing?
Tremendous. Doing good.
Peace, everybody.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Nice.
I love the change. How's everybody doing?
You've been able to do voice conversations with ChatGPT for a while. Is it really that much of a stretch to think the bot is hooked up to speak via Musk's dogshit AI? Yes. Yes, I do. And only because it was responsive and cutting into the conversation. Yeah. There's just like, there's a couple things that obviously like AI doesn't do, like uhs and ums. Maybe they do it more now, but like, the market is seemingly unimpressed. Tesla's value dropped $60 billion after investors failed to hail self-driving cybercab. Analysts criticize lack of detail about the robotaxi. This is surprising because all things considered, and I know there's fucking Tesla fanboys in the chat or former Tesla fanboys in the chat that will maybe correct me if I'm wrong. But like, I have followed a bunch of the other Tesla product announcements, such as this one, and the skepticism is new. He's always done this. I think the reason why the skepticism is actually finally happening and the market is responding in a normal way. I said this when he bought Twitter, baby. I think it's because of Twitter. I think he bought Twitter and went so overtly right-wing that people are starting to fucking finally see that maybe he's not this like tech guru that he presented himself as. I told you this. I told you when he bought Twitter, because what he did tonight or last night is exactly the same as what he has done every single product announcement. He lies every single product announcement, and his stock prices still go up because he's the key man. And as a key man, when there's a lot of confidence in you, okay, people will go, oh, he's just weird, but he's a genius investor. Oh, he just has like pie in the sky goals. Like what? Oh, what are you, like anti-tech? Are you anti-tech that you dare defy the genius investor, the genius inventor? And I think now people are just going, okay, maybe he's a bit of a dumbass. And now there is at least a healthy level of skepticism. It's far too late, in my opinion. They should have had this way longer, way, like after the third time he lied, they should have been like, maybe he's not going to lie. I mean, maybe he's not going to do this. Cybertruck was actually cool. No, it wasn't. Literally every robot company is only shipping dev models and showing lab clips. He's being premature with a tech that isn't ready. I feel like it's also a reskin Boston Dynamics robot.
Joe Biden.
Should I get the truck?
Here. Wait, so he's making a pickup truck?
So I present to you the Cybertruck.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why is it literally 3 FPS? Wait, what? Is this a meme, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck is this, dude?
There was a point in time when I was like considering it potentially, but I was like, eh.
What did they fucking decide Reddit should be able to put this together? What did they make a pickup truck for PewDiePie's meme review, dude? Is that their market? What is going on? Is this a meme? Why did he use Mad Max music? There's got to be a debate.
Doesn't look like anything else. Yeah.
Why is he dressed this way? What kind of drugs is he taking? He keeps like smacking his lips, like he's got like coke jaw.
He created an exoskeleton. So if you think about like a truck, you want a truck that's tough. You want a truck that's really tough, not fake tough.
Dude, here's why Elon Musk is kind of a dipshit, regardless of how rich he is, okay? Because, like, he didn't have to try to sell this on his own, but it's totally his billionaire narcissism brain who's like, no, I'm going to sell this myself, and I'm going to do the best job possible. It's like, dude, it's like shit. You're selling this so poorly.
With a little bowl.
Dude, what is this? What are these fits, my guy? What are these fucking fits, my guy? What is this? What is this? Why are they just like fucking parrots, dude?
Franz, could you try to break this glass, please?
It's gonna be in the fucking new. It's gonna be in the new Cyberpunk or some shit, right?
Sure. Yeah. Oh my god. Well, maybe that was a little too hard.
Wait, what?
Should we try it? Start? Okay.
Oh no, Tesla stocks are fucking tanking.
Let's try that, right? Try that on, really? Okay. Sure.
Now I see why our numbers have gone up since then. I mean, this was like early on. This is like 2019. You still look the same, my guy. Goddamn, I think I look better now than I did back then. If I'm being really real, can't believe Hasan is now 50 years old. Yeah, that was 23 years ago. I love how PewDiePie meme review is the only thing that has dated this video. Yeah, that's true. Every other take is consistent.
Oh man, it didn't go through.
Oh no! What the f? That's like
room for improvement.
What the f?
Through the kitchen sink at the glass, and it didn't break. For some weird reason, it broke now. I don't know why.
Oh no, dude! This is so good. Okay, never mind. This is awesome. Thank God we're watching this.
Yeah. IRL, they still look like if a 7-year-old drew a picture of a car. Yeah. Figure made the robots, not Tesla. It's a figure too. Is it? Yeah, I mean, it does look like this for sure. What happened to the joy? What do you mean what happened to the joy? The real life happened, dude.
Suspension.
Swift Stratos. Let's see. Let's see if the users are still in here. Hossie, please look at the Nazi pillows. 10/7/2024. That's right. Dude, the HasanAbi user retention is insane, okay? That's why my community is fucking age, dude. That's why when you look at the demographics, like you just age alongside myself. The user retention is crazy. I think that's why I have like over the course of all these years, like my subscription count has grown, and like while numbers dip or numbers fucking rise, like there's still a shit ton of like older HasanAbi broadcast enjoyers that just like come back and resubscribe at the top of the hour, at the middle of the hour. I already ran the 3-minute ad break. Don't worry. I feel like you only lose people that get false about timed out and think they got banned. That or also
dreams.
That or also people that leave, they leave because like this is
history.
Such bad quality. It's crazy. It's like auto 720.
We just watched.
So I can't really see. He's standing in front of his fail for the rest of the presentation now. Extra cheese 42. Maybe that's not a Frodo Swaggins 00. Let's see. Maybe we'll catch one of these days where it's like that like turned. You know what I mean? Frodo Swaggins 00. Oh, this guy left. 2020 is the last time he was in here. Wait, what? That's it. I'm sick of this. My husband already got us tickets to Alaska where my children and I will reside until there is a unified president. I'm leaving my brand new Kia behind. If that doesn't prove that we're sick of this, then I don't know what will. Oh my God, they just left. They just straight up didn't. They didn't just leave the fucking chat. They left to go to Alaska. Oh my God. What happened on election day? They just left. They were like, nah, fuck this. I'm out. Yeah. Oh my God. Chatter left the new Kia behind. They left the fucking new Kia behind to just live in Alaska. They're living in a commune. I wonder, they did probably fucking completely checked out for the last 4 years. Wow. Meaty the Burrito. I feel like I recognize that name. User Meaty the Burrito. What? So it's cool that we know your address then, right? 2022. Okay, this. Oh, there it is. This guy left. Did he turn off that thing that donates his extra CPU usage? There's a remake on GameCube. Same take as Trump. Cake W. Fallen Chatter. Fallen Chatter. This has got to be a Fallen Chatter. Used to use lol user. Yeah, that's crazy. He just left on an ominous note. Didn't even get banned for it too. 6/24/2022. That's crazy. Let's see if we can catch another one. Hold on.
One of the worst. One of
Korean 88. I wonder what that guy's up to. I'm kidding. I know that is still in the community. He's not a Nazi. He's Australian. He just happened to have been born in 88. Okay, calm down.
Greatest live stream catastrophes of all time. Oh, he is not feeling.
Wait, Son Solomon. Hello Reddit. User Son Solomon. 2020. Pepe hands. Pepe hands. Pepe hands. El No Sabe. Previously sub for 12 months. Damn. Oh, he's no longer following. That's a Fallen Chatter. We got one. How the fuck this guy was a 12 months sub? That's crazy. He's like, I'm done. 21 gun salute for a Fallen Chatter. Look at the mod actions. It's probably timed out because they were spamming. That doesn't really mean much. You need an exit survey for Fallen Chatters. A lost HasanAbi head. Sometimes it's just like that. Yeah, exactly. I'm so happy I'm here for this. NG5890. Let's see. 2019. I got banned from a lip chat for saying I am black and I hate white people. I'm so mad. Porn is a human right. Watch it all. The fuck? Previously sold for 7 months. OG Gooner. Goon but not forgotten. Yeah. Okay, there's another one. There's another one who's gone. Brown Boy 13 THSD. I remember that name. Brown Boy 13 THST. Gage. He's still here. Joxro R6. See, that's definitely a hater. He says literal LSF clip. Let's see. Joxro _ R6. I'm fascinated by this. I don't know if you guys are with me on it, but unable to fetch account. I wrote it right too. Literal LSF clip, LOLW user, Ripperoni, gone.
Feeling well about this situation. That guy who
Live stream fail. Hey Reddit. Is he on drugs? Why is he talking like that? I
am broke the
Is it Omni? What is that? Purple football. Someone's getting fired. Username. Purple footballs with a Z. What the fuck? Damn. Username Omni. No, that's not it. Turn the quality up. This is the Stark PS2. That's another username I recognize. Let's see. Stark PS2. Biden getting dog walked. Still here. Damn. There's a T on the end of Omni. Oh. User Omni T. Nope. That's not correct either. They've not chatted in here. Still here, baby.
The window is
Young SS1. Aussie Nator Vault Tech. User Aussie Nator, but with a 0. What? That's the official Bebo. User the _official _Bebo. I think that person might have changed their name though. God damn it, Hassan Smile. 820. He's still in here. I knew that he was still in here. Bro, we'll do ancient chatter anthropology research of voice spooky gaming. I'm just having fun, man. Moses conspiracy. Let's see. User Moses conspiracy. That's a unique username. Oh, I see myself. Oh, he's literally in here right now. He's in here right now. Hi, chat. This is fun. This is fun.
It's like this right now. Elon Musk.
Mr. Sneaky Mode. That's a verified account. Fuck, what the fuck? Mr. Sneaky Mode banned. What the hell happened? I'm gonna guess right now. The arm thing user is banned. User arm thing. Oh damn. Nope. 2023. 9/3/2023. I would get fucked up and eat that, to be honest. Real advertising. Shocking that not only has he not been banned, but he's also still in the community sometimes. Mr. Sneaky Mode, I found his YouTube. The fuck happened to him? Last time he posted a video was 11 years ago. Spinning Spongles. User Danky C Memes. That's a username I recognize as well. Danky Mick Memes. User Danky Mick Memes. Asleep at the wheel, lil bro. He's still, wait, what? Maybe he's not in here anymore. He got timed out one time. He got timed out and he left. Oh my God. 46-month subscriber. Bro, just use triple parentheses. It'll make it easier for y'all. Riding the clout train, Lamau, Pepe Guy, open NA door. Anti-Semitism is one of the greatest. Hassan Piker. Will you condemn the anti-Semitism of the left? Netanyahu asked, bro, come on, play Life is Strange again. Might want to update the bot Hassan LolW, still promoting leftovers. Ooh, I can chat again. Yay. Bro, can you replay Life is Strange, please? I don't care about this Middle East stuff. It's never getting fixed, bro. Be real. Asleep at the wheel, little bro. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I know what happened. Don't watch them, bitch. No, that's a valid. This person left the community only to come back and say that we're anti-Semitic. Ironic that he still has my fucking face as his PFB, 46-month subscriber, claiming that this community is fucking anti-Semitic, begging not to cover Israel-Palestine, and then getting banned because I said Biden is asleep at the wheel. That's a lever. That's a lever returner that never came back again. They're not even banned in the chat. That's a lever. That's a lever returner that never came back again. They're not even banned in the chat. 46 fucking months, dude. Followed in 2018. This motherfucker's like one of my first subscribers. I think I know what happened, but look at his pretense 7 take. Kyle Brittenhouse. He heard Matt Gaetz' scene will still be open. Pepe La. Does anyone know why Haas Rant is not animated in the Discord? It's in 2021. Sad state of affairs. Good job, Poo Poo. You landed. Why'd people happy? How do you know he's a CIA asset? So should they cancel or not? I'm confused what your stance is, Hasan. Their PFP is still you? It was definitely the don't watch them, bitch. No, I think he... Listen, this gap here from 2022 to like coming post October 7 indicates that he left the community, went to another community, or was always from that community and joined this one, was in the Discord, and was definitely, definitely a fan, but then got primed into believing that this is an anti-Semitic community, only to come back and like talk some shit and then, leave permanently. He's still in timeout? No, he's not. Dude, to them, ne haber anne? Açsana şu şeyi, kapıyı çıkarıp işesinler. RIP to a fallen soldier, went down the fucking Bonercelli pipeline. Probably was a part of the Bonercelli pipeline from the jump, I suspect, and just went back to that community. We will remember you, chatter. We will remember Danky McMemes fondly. 47-month subscriber. He was in the DG community in 2020. Yeah, that makes sense. Lost in the debate sauce.
About to call him a pedophile on the internet.
Trashman 60. Elon Musk fans are brainwashed. Let's see. Fuck you, Holly. L. Yup. Tromo supporters are so fucking dumba. Did we win PA yet? Tyrese. User. Tyrese. Wait, what? It says user hasn't chatted in here. Did I get that wrong? That's Tyrese. I wrote it right. Oh, is it Ty-Tees? No. No, they're not case sensitive. Disposable thumb. User disposable thumb. Hey, still here. Still here. He's on to us. Pigs. Damn. Skill cylinder. That's definitely a username I recognize. Skill _ cylinder. 63. I'm right here. I can't. Oh, shit. Yo. Feels weak, man. Keck W. Bro loves the type. He's got mock comments. Promised to stop with toxic language. God damn. And he has stopped. What are we doing? We're looking at a video from fucking 2019 to see how many of the chatters are still in the community. Because I have this firmly held belief that I have incredible fucking user retention. And I also, it's like reverse parasocialism. Okay. I'm also trying to figure out when people leave, like why they left. I'm trying to see if I can lock it down. Firehawk 230. Seriously, is this a joke? User Firehawk 230. Banned. Is she lying? Wait, what was the fucking context? Candace Owens doing the 1350 argument. Damn. Banned in 2020. What was the unban request? Lake McGroove denied it. You can't see it once it's gone. At first, I ran into a couple videos of you and just thought, oh, just another pretty boy. At the same time, I ran into a couple of Jordan Peterson videos that sounded right, but I still thought he was goofy. Then I ran into clips of you making fun of him and Bonercelli. I just stuck around. Thanks for helping me think clear and not turn into a right shithead. I mean, agreeing with Candace Owens making a 1350 argument is a pretty solid reason to ban someone. Colonel Putty. Wait, I remember that name. Hold on. User Colonel Putty. This is my favorite new segment. Where are they now? Chatter edition. He's in here and he's chatting. Goddamn. He's in here for 63 months avoiding the top of the hour ad break, baby. Avoiding the top of the hour ad break 63 months in a row, goddammit. And you can be a part of this community as well as long as you subscribe. And you can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. No, I love this segment. It's my favorite. Wimstaff. What the fuck has happened to Wimstaff? Is he still around? I feel like Pokey streams less, so Wimstaff is no longer around here. ZX. User. Who's ZX? Unable to fetch account. I wonder what happened. Pike Master. User Pike Master. Here we go, bro. Press conference. Okay, he's still in here. Memory. Keck W. NMP stop. He's a Nick Pollum head. And he's still in here too. W. Schizo OP. That's definitely a username I recognize. Schizo OP. Yep. Omega Law Ludwig. Still. Oh, wait, what? No, not still in here. What the fuck? 2021? 13-month subscriber left in 2021. Wonder what happened. Still following. No way you remember that name from 3 years ago? No, I do remember it. For like, went back to work. Anyone who left in 2021 was probably indicted for being at January 6th. Yeah. What thing happened in December that could have caused them to leave? I guess I ate the surströmming with Ludwig. Honestly, your offline chat is fucking awesome. I love them. Yeah, they're great. Offliners would never leave because of 10-7. Who knows, dude? Look at the day stamps. They chat once a year. Yeah, they don't chat too much. The episode of the Pod Johns I'm going to be on, I think, is like the main one. I don't know. It's with Favreau. It's the same one I did already. Lamont, people are still here. Pathetic. Any English fans? Maybe he couldn't stand. Sort of cool. That's another username I recognize. User sort of cool. Real voice. Real voice. This motherfucker's in here still making fun of my voice. This dude has literally seen the transformation. He's been here for every step of the way. Still classic chatter. XEYK. Let's see. User. XEYK. Omega Lol 83 2021. No longer following. Oh no. 17 month subscriber. No longer following. Left after 8/3 2021. That's a yep. I think I know where that guy went. The house. There's a house lever. As a house lever. It really takes a reason to specifically take the time to unfollow. Yeah. Most likely. Dude, what the fuck? 17-month subscriber, active chatter. Will Neff head too. Like literally a fucking Will Neff fan. I wonder if he's still a Will Neff fan, but he no longer is a fan of mine. I guess I could look it up because I'm a mod in his chat too. But House Drama was 8/20/2021. Oh, it was. Well, I mean, we don't know when he stopped following, but last time he chatted was 8/3. So change the channel on the URL to what? Like to Will Neff? Nah, he fucking doesn't chat in Will's chat either. He has post 15-month subscriber to Will. Following Will since July 12, 2019. He chatted in 2022 in Will's chat, but he doesn't chat there either. But he still follows Will. He deliberately chose to unfollow me, but he still follows Will. Not a he, a she. She used to stream. She's a part of Twitch Philippines. Damn, what the fuck? That's deep lore. How the fuck do you know that? She still follows Will. She's not having sex chat. There are a handful in Will's chat that don't like you and say shit if you come up. I love that though, because that means, I mean, Will for many, many years at this point is a content creator in his own, that pulls his own weight. So what is it? Check his chat on Will's chat in 2021. No, he's not. He didn't say anything. No, bring her. Yeah. Go, Fiona, go. Fifi, go. You're the reason I started watching Twitch and got into Will and everyone else, so thank you for that. Yeah. Been watching you on and off for a long ass time on various accounts, usually more during big political events. Never subscribed because ad block worked for ages and whatever. Always leave when you play games unless I go to bed, and then I leave stream going for those increased views. You all I watch on a regular basis. Twitch, you the man. Thank you. I don't know Fiona's leash. Just grab any leash. Check if I'm still around. Okay, come on,
he broke
guys.
through. He's got the pedophile arm.
Bobby Hill. A big sandwich. Let's look at that. A user _big _ sandwich. Hey, in the chat right now. Look at that. Cosmic Cannabis. Oh shit. That's a username that I feel like is likely to be like, I don't fuck with this guy no more. Let's see if I was right. Oh, yikes. Did she just say a segregated space? That seems pretty racist, honestly. Is it okay that mods are calling people male monkeys in the chat? Not offended, but wondering if that would be all right if that went the other way. This chat is extremely toxic. Holy shit, Omega Law. All I asked if I was racist to claim white excluded spaces. It was just a question. Since that's a RTBA ban, I suspect that was and no longer following 2014 account, RTBA ban. All signs point to one thing and one thing only. No, not a fallen chatter. More so a chatter that was already on the other, a chatter that probably joined this community after the other community that he was already formerly a part of and then went firmly back to that community only. There's a chatter who had already made up their minds about defending white people, but also claiming to be a liberal. Yeah. This is not a fallen chatter. This is not a lever. RTBA was my shared mod with D. Vorselli. I don't know what he's up to. I think he left the community completely.
Dude, the claps have stopped. The claps have.
I hope he's doing all right. Jub 1276. Maybe he's out touching grass and shit. No, he definitely isn't. I came out the pussy with the Communist Manifesto in my hands. This person is still in here.
The claps have.
Let's see. Okay, let's do a couple more. JBIM90 user. JBIM90. I love doing these. Oh, oops. JBIM90 is gone. Purge. Tharaki TV user. Tharaki TV. Racism is over. Illegal to film the police. Keg W. Does the outcome of this trial set the political stage for the next 4 years? 4/20/2021. Aren't conservatives the minority trying to tell everyone what to do? Unfollowed. 8 months. A formerly 8-month subscriber. This person is gone. Could be a fallen fan. Could be a house leaver. 4/20/2021 was the Derek Chauvin verdict. No, you got to remember, they don't just like immediately stop following, like because of what they responded to last. They usually will stop following for one reason or another, like around the time period, like after their last chat, if they stopped watching for extended periods of time, or if they basically unfollowed and their last log is around, look up 34MKD50. That's my ride or die, dude. What are you talking about? That's my Turkish king. That's my Turkish oiler. House leaver. And remember, the house thing is, I don't think it was because people were leaving because they were like, wow, that's antithetical to like being a socialist. That was simply because like a lot of people that left around that time was because like I kept getting pummeled over and over again with controversy. And it could be because people were annoyed to hear about me defending that over and over again. What is the house thing? Oh, that's nice that you don't even know about this. The house thing is when I bought a house for myself and my family to live in. And although I got it through like a legal trust and everything, it still got doxxed and leaked. And then Fox News, Breitbart, and numerous other hater ass fucking communities made articles and YouTube videos extensively about how I was a fake socialist because I was living in a $1 gorillion mansion. And I think that there were a lot of people in that time that were just like I think a lot of people don't really pay attention to shit. They just see like controversy or the air of controversy and they go, oh, fuck this, I'm out. Don't forget the 4-hour Discord calls. Yeah, there were literally orbiters that would do debates on whether or not it was acceptable for me to own a house. Yeah. It first started with the Twitch earnings leak that showed me in like the top 10 or top 13 or something. And then after that, that was the first iteration of the socialist but makes money. What the fuck? And then the second iteration was the house. And then the third iteration was the car, which is crazy. I think to this day, I'm the only content creator online that has been canceled for leasing a fucking dentist car or buying a house that I've lived in with my family for fucking 3 years. When you first hear it at first, it sounds reasonable, but that's how ignorance works. Yeah, it never sounded reasonable to me. I was like, the fuck are you guys talking about? Started watching you after see a drama tuber video trying to talk shit about you, and by the end I was like, this dude actually seems really chill. Lamau, recently I saw a debate in the socialist subreddit about whether you should have a house. How ironic. Yeah. And then another version of that controversy was the Gucci shirt. That was another one. But bro, you were still doing this? Yes. I just saw a car hater in the wild the other day and it was kind of precious. They couldn't even figure out how to articulate why they were mad. Yeah. Yeah, they got mad I leased a fucking dentist car, dude, which is kind of nutty to think about. The real story of the 821 incident, part 2. Damn, Comrade Lamb made a fucking whole ass YouTube video about this. I didn't even know this. Did I watch this?
I think they are hitting the bag is one.
Yeah, there are literally fucking debates over this shit. It's always so funny. It's always so funny when, Reactgate was another one. Reactgate 1 was another one. Reactgate 2, followed by Reactgate 3. And like every single time this controversy is brought up, it softens the impact. Another one was Russiagate. Russia would never invade Ukraine gate. Tom Cotton gate? No, that one is not real. That was nothing. That was like literal fucking Groiper Nazi ass motherfuckers being like, I can't believe he posted the Shinzo Abe thingamaj or whatever the fuck it's called. The Shinzo Abe gizmo on a Tom Cotton tweet demanding that protests get fucking assassinated. We haven't had that many controversies since then, but I think it's partially because I just don't lean into it. Barb's Gate was another one when the Nicki Minaj stans tried to say I was a white supremacist. That was another one. We got to do a ranking of all my fucking top cancellations, quote unquote cancellations. I saw I managed to find 1 billion people that think you love Russia. Yeah, because people don't give a shit. They don't care. There's no reason to fucking actually try to figure out what the truth of any circumstance is. And I don't even fault a lot of people for that. Like, why the fuck would you care about some random dumbass influencer and his controversies? You just want to get in on the hate. What else? Cyberpunk and Hogwarts trans incidents too? Not really. Like the Hogwarts one made it into mainstream because like Ben Shabibo and whatnot covered it, which was really funny because like I was right 100%. You ever got the Misgive Maya Train X saga? Yeah, that was another one. But that was also like a lot of the stuff is just basically people inserting me into drama to say that like I have something to do with it. Ever since I stopped like collaborating with a lot of LSF streamers overall, that stuff stopped. Plus they got the bag from Kick and then they just kind of like left and no longer do that sort of shit. So that's good. There was a point in time when like no matter what happens, people would try to find like a way to pull me into it and like yell at me about it. And also LSF died in the time too, in that time frame, because that was like the vehicle of cancellation. Oh, the not paying your editors is a fun one. I know. That was hilarious. They still say that shit. What else? I mean, that, yeah, there's like outright lies as well, obviously. The G-word drama, that's not a real one. The Gusano shit's not real. That's like I would consider Crackergate to be a real one because like it actually led to me getting suspended, but like Gusano Gate is not a real gate. It's not a real fucking saga. Bro, in your honest opinion, which of the controversies against you would say is the most reasonable in its premise? Oh, 9/11. And not because of what I said about America deserving it, but because of what I said about Dan Crenshaw and his eye hole. Reimbursement gate? Oh my God. That was another one where it's like two people who are friends with one another joking around and then LSF being like the most neurodivergent in refusing to interpret interpersonal relationships among two people who are friends and just like interpreting it differently. I know someone who's a State Department intern who says he likes your politics for a bad source of news because of Ukraine and Al Shifa. I wonder who a good source of news would be. A drama YouTuber? Yeah. He's also a State Department intern. Yeah, throughout the years, there have been many controversies. The Berlin bordel still gets brought up on Twitter. Yeah, but it's like insane people. That's one of those things like where it is usually the most insane people that say that stuff. You know what I mean? It's the Berlin brothel. I'm very openly pro-sex work. I dated a sex worker. I have no issues talking about it. And like someone literally was like, the Berlin brothel that you went to, that you visited in 2010 was raided in 2016 for sex trafficking, which wasn't the case. They were raided for tax evasion. They successfully sued the Berlin government twice and won 250,000 euros because of because of libel, because of the libelous claims made. And like it doesn't matter regardless, because I went there in 2010. It fucking got raided in like 2016 for motherfucking tax evasion in a country where prostitution is legal, which was ironically the conversation that we were having about like legal prostitution. And people still say, like regularly, they still say that not only was it raided for sex trafficking, they say it was raided for child sex trafficking that I engaged in. That's what they say. If you want to understand how little they give a shit about the truth, I mean, that's it. You remember replies on Twitter because I got ratio by those freaks? Yeah. Most of the stuff that the only thing I kind of believed out of those things was the house thing, because I thought it was maybe too big of a house for a socialist. And by now I've realized the bait it used to play Silent Hill 2 remake. Okay. People have gotten mad about your Rolex cap. They're dumb fucks. Yeah. Yeah. They actually sued the German police, which then had to publicly apologize to them and give them $250,000 as well. That one started because a stripper friend of mine. Oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. That one literally started because a stripper friend of mine took a photo of someone who visited her strip club wearing my merch, like completely, like in the middle of like Ohio or some shit. Okay. And it's crazy to think because it like, that's what sparked that controversy. That's how much they hate sex workers that much that they literally were telling her she was actually being sex trafficked. She's like, what are you talking about? She was like, I used to work in a kitchen. I worked as a fucking fry cook, and my job, like I got sexually harassed way more as a fucking fry cook than I did working in the strip club. You fucking idiots. And they were like, no, you just don't understand. You're being abused and used. Like, yeah, they were literally yelling at her. Strawberry Chan Gate, that was another Nazi failed attempt to cancel me. That was fun. That was also on Twitter. That's not a real one either. They were trying to say that I am responsible for Strawberry Chan getting fucking doxxed when I was covering her getting doxxed and how ridiculous it was that people were doxing this person. There was that girl who said she was 16 and people didn't realize she was joking. No, they try to use that clip, but everybody knows who she is. She's a content creator herself and was on a reality TV show. So I don't think people realize that, because especially because like even in the fucking joke, I literally walk away from her as soon as she says that. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm out, is what I do in the joke. Oh, people got mad at me for making fun of the Queen dying. That was another one. Streaming being the hardest job is another one. It was the journalist dude guy that propagated it, wasn't it? Yeah, he was yelling at your friends saying shit like you don't know you were oppressed. Yeah. There was another one with like, the Christian Walker debate was also a manufactured one that didn't really go anywhere, where people were like, look up Miyagami. That's you. I still see people repeat streaming is the hardest job shit. Yeah, but you also have to understand something. After all of these like controversies that I laid out over and over and over and over again, right? Notice how silly they are in the fucking rear view mirror. Like, think about how stupid these things are. It's either completely shit that's clipped out of context that people just like resurface and recycle. And they were silly at the time too, but people took it very seriously, right? But almost all of them are stupid. That's why a lot of people who fucking hate me don't understand why so many people are still in here. They're like this person must be the most hated person on the planet. It's like, no, most people just look at it and go, why the fuck should I care about this? Like, yeah, I'm going to fucking get mad at an influencer buying a house for himself and his family. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? There was Discord messages to your fans saying you want to die. Yeah, I said I want to kill myself as a joke. That's like, I say it all the fucking time. So that's what it is. It's like all of these like major, quote unquote, major controversies that were completely born out of virtually nothing, either a misunderstanding of what socialism is or a misunderstanding of what my value system looks like. That, what about the don't having any context of your past gate? What the fuck does that mean? I don't even know what that is. Dude, Coca-Cola Nor, that was funny. That was an international cancellation. I was on the Australian news for that one. That was funny. That was an international cancellation. I was on the Australian news for that one. There were mini dramas on Cuba, Venezuela, Taiwan on a certain sub from disappointed Cuban, Venezuelan, Taiwanese community members that were totally real. Yeah. There was the Mr. Beast one where you got mad about the Mr. Beast video where he cured blind people. Yeah. I was mad that it was left up to the likes of Mr. Beast instead of like actual fucking healthcare. But that was also like pretty light because people immediately understood what the fuck I was saying. But if you notice, like a lot of these dramas stem from either like misunderstanding, but then immediately get like escalated into a thing like major news status in the minds of a lot of people because I have a lot of fucking haters. That's it. I had a friend stop watching because they heard you visited a brothel in Europe that was sex trafficking and I have no idea where they came from. I'm assuming similar. No, it is the stripper one. Yes. That is where that's spurned out of. Yeah. It's all villain of the week brigaded slop. For sure. That's it. Does being right about kick count? No, that's also what escalated it quite a bit. I used to mod for a certain subreddit for years, and this is like a best of compilation of why I stopped doing that. Yeah, I wonder what subreddit you're referencing. Yeah. So much of that got born out of LSF that was heavily brigaded deliberately by people that took advantage of how easily brigaded it was. And so much of that, when you think about it, is like absolutely ridiculous. But it is, once again, it's taught me a very important lesson, which is that it doesn't really matter what people say as long as you are firmly committed to being yourself and speaking truth to power. All of these fucking controversies wash aside. It's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And that's what it is. But it's funny to think like, yeah, most of your haters are usually outed as pedos anyway. I know, but it doesn't matter. That's my point. Like, so many of the things that I have said throughout since 2018, okay? So many of the things that I have said since 2018 that has created like a serious fucking pipeline of haters, right? Were things that I said that ended up being true. Whether it was my assessment on Kick not having any terms of service, and like, again, Kick being a platform, a cutout for stake, specifically so they can fucking gamble. My statements on gambling on Twitch in unregulated cryptocurrency casinos. Like, all of those statements have obviously fucked up the bag for people in this space that have a lot of money. And then they, with all of that money, end up buying a lot of support for their side. And then when they buy that support for their side, those people become resilient haters because now they're also personally invested in this project continuing. And if I fucking say this shit sucks in the nicest ways possible, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's funny that you saying kiss yourself in Discord got you more drama than the guy who radicalizes people to deny genocide, saying he wants LA streamers to literally die of an OD in his Discord, then his community cried about jokes being real threats. Yeah. I mean, it's never consistent. There is no consistency in that regard. Wimstaff is here. Let's go. Thank God. Yeah, same guy that does like crypto scams. I've talked a lot of shit about NFTs and cryptocurrencies, and people get like deeply invested in their hatred. What is this? I still see so many weird and insanely made up comments about you under thirst traps, but now they're usually ratioed by a HasanAbi head saying it's made up. And in my opinion, that's some progress because those comments used to not be challenged by anyone. Yeah. My Andrew Tate saga, like every time I tackle a right-wing conservative or say someone is a right-wing conservative when they're presenting themselves as not a right-wing conservative or whatever, I end up developing an entire fan base, especially if they're super popular. I end up developing an entire fan base of fucking haters, and they just never stop. They're just like relentlessly going to lie about me. Like the Andrew Tate and his fans still will constantly fucking talk about how I wore a dress, or talk about how they talk about how I wore a dress, or talk about me denying the Armenian genocide when I never have. You know what I mean? My ex hates you because of what you used to say about NFTs. Yeah, but if he had listened to me at the time, he'd probably be richer. That's my point. That's my point. Another drama, quote unquote drama, was when I was like, people yelling at Pokimane about her cookies are being ridiculous. She's obviously joking when he says, when you're a broke boy, just say so. And people were like, fuck you. I can't believe you defended Pokimane's cookies, you fucking piece of shit commie. And it's like, dude, like, she's an influencer. Every fucking influencer sells upmarked influencer tax bullshit. It's just you're picking and choosing who to hate. The Hasan name calling, yeah. My ex hates you because I gave you more attention than her. The YouTube banner art contest, oh, that was funny. Yeah, I wanted to do a fucking YouTube banner art contest, and people were trying to. I mean, that was way back in the day. If you guys are wondering why my YouTube banner is this, it's because like all the way back in like 2019, I think, I wanted to I wanted to do my fans wanted to do a YouTube banner fan contest. Okay, it was going to be fun. They wanted to do it. I was like, sure, let's do it. Why not? And people were like, oh, you fucking want free art, you fucking piece of shit. And I get where people are coming from, because like big corporations do that all the time to fucking steal art. And I am the same exact stubborn piece of shit now that I was back then. So what did I do? Oh, you made the banner? That's so funny. Okay. See? Yeah. The chatter was like, hey, why don't you use this? And I was like, this seems like a great idea, actually. Let's do it. How do you, oh, yeah. I mean, you can kind of see it. Might not be exploitative, but only $100, bro. Come on, buddy. You have 131,000 subscribers. It's not unreasonable to expect you to pay for artwork like a professional adult. Isn't this the same bullshit you spew? You're an employer trying to get someone to do artwork for you, cheap as fuck. By calling it a contest, screwing all the other people over at $100 is a joke, capitalist scum. You deserve exactly the quality of banner by offering $100 for your for one. Enjoy your mediocre banner. Be a lefty. Exploit workers. Pick one. Adopt a leftist aesthetic and a podcast for a lot of money. Live the capitalist life and laugh in private at how utterly dumb and deluded your fans are. Notice how the fucking arguments have not changed. Guess what? I'm still the fucking stubborn asshole, and I haven't changed that motherfucking banner. Pay everyone for their time and labor, you bourgeoisie, champagne social, exploiting the proletariat, Twitch obsessing hypocrite. Maybe just hire someone you know, like rather than expecting tens, hundreds of people to provide you free labor. I don't get how people can be socialists and understand that workers are entitled to their money or their work makes, and then turn around and say it's fine to incentivize artists to work. Hardly any money for exposure and attention. Literal cognitive dissonance. I didn't even have a podcast at this point, by the way. I had 131 YouTube subscribers, 131,000 YouTube subscribers. And I have the same thing on my Twitter banner as well. The Twitter banner, where is it? My Twitter, there was B calling you Hitler for going to the DNC. Now he's getting canceled for saying Hitler shit. Who? Yeah, I called a CNN, I called all the anchors at, oh, I didn't know that. I called all the anchors at CNN cunts, and then Jake Tapper quote retweeted me and said, you have to apologize to every woman at CNN. And then I quote retweeted Jake Tapper and I said, you're the head cunt. I'm talking about you, Jake Tapper. You're the biggest cunt. And all that being said, from the point of view of a non-influencer friend of influencers, when people dogpile your friend who fucked up, is it really difficult to gently correct their actions? Because am I supposed to fucking pile on when there's motherfuckers already piling on? What? Hearing all this lore is cool. I don't know about all this. I remember you went on Noel Miller's show and popped champagne in the video. That same day was when Bezos went to space and also popped champagne, and somebody got 5,000 likes on Twitter for saying you were the same as Bezos, putting the pictures side by side. I didn't even know that. That chatter is lying. Disgusting. What chatter? There was a short drama on our place with some weird right-wing French people lying and saying you weren't just criticizing Zemmour. Oh, yeah, that's true. Not a controversy, but can you describe the interview with Tony Hawk for Fear and Malding? It was weird. There was a union striking weirdo kid drama. Oh, yeah. Anyway, we should create fun fake controversies, but people take them seriously? No, fuck no. That's how I got canceled like a million times. I wasn't around for the streaming is the hardest job area, but it was the first time I saw you in one of my feeds. Can you explain what that was about? Yeah, I was literally talking about how streaming drains my social battery, and it makes it impossible for me to be like a normal human being after 10 hours of content creation, because you're constantly you're constantly on camera trying to entertain for extended hours. And it's a very different way. It's not like physically taxing in the way that like other jobs are. And it's soul sucking. And you can't say anything bad about like your own personal, you can't say anything bad about your own personal situation ever, especially because I'm very fortunate. So people immediately were like, oh, dude, this guy very clearly is like fucking spoiled little baby. The worst is when they use your chat to try and portray you in a certain way. Yeah. Will called it death by 1,000 cuts. Totally get it. Yeah. My teen daughter loves to tell me anytime she hears gossip about you, she thinks I'm so weird for being a HasanAbi head. That's crazy that your teen daughter is not a fan. Your Bilibili video of you and Alex watching the Battle of Lake Changjin got a lot of hate because you didn't respect the fallen Chinese soldiers enough. That's crazy. Are you not a bit of a baby? What do you mean? The bullying a kid controversy at the picket line? No, I didn't bully him. I tried to deflate the situation. He was like very deliberately trying to troll there. But I just avoided reacting to him because I didn't want to make the situation, like, I didn't want my presence to harm the labor initiative that they were engaging with, you know? But listen, the method is simple, okay? When you see some shit online that doesn't make sense to you, that doesn't like correspond to my beliefs or what you think of what my beliefs might be, just, you know, interrogate it a little bit further and you will recognize that it's just complete bullshit. That's it. Anyway, on that note, that's the last ad break I'm gonna run. I'm gonna hang out with my mom. This was a fun little blast from the past. I don't know how the fuck we got here from Elon Musk. We watched the Elon Musk video of his failures, and I started looking at old chatters, and then I started reminiscing of the old cancellations. But tomorrow, I'm gonna be on Jesser's 1v1 basketball tournament, so I will not be streaming. Okay, but Sunday I have a photo shoot. And after that photo shoot, I'm going to try to stream. And on that stream, we're probably going to be gaming. If I do stream on Sunday, and I'm gonna stream on Sunday, I'm pretty sure, the Austin 1v1 might be on. The Austin 1v1 FPS competition will most likely be on Sunday. Anyway, I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow, or not tomorrow. I'm so used to saying that because I'm always live. I'll most likely see you on Sunday. Peace and love, everybody. I hope you have a great weekend. And I hope I at least make it to, like, I don't know. I hope I beat at least one person in the Jesser tournament because there's going to be a lot of basketball content creators there. So we'll see. They're really good. I'm going up against, like, actual demons, you know? But yeah, see you. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.